aspirations, but realities. I thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to the insightful and productive discussions that lie ahead. I'd now like to take this opportunity to welcome the Director for UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa, Dr. or Mr. Hugh. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Should I take the floor now?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. And without further ado, and given the time constraints you have highlighted, I want to really start by thanking and acknowledging the Peacefield Network and the host institution for accommodating us for the celebration of this International Day of Peace 2023. The importance of the Peace Day could not be overemphasized. It's a culmination, or it's a space that is created each year to observe around the world the 21st of September. It was established in 1981 by the United Nations General Assembly and has been declared as a day devoted to strengthening the ideals of peace, both within and among all nations and people of the world. The culture of peace is a culture of dialogue and prevention, and in this context, the role of the United Nations has never been so vital. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the main moderator alluded to some of those we are kind of highlighting during this celebration, both the spirit of collaboration that has led to the event, but also the SDG 16, which is dedicated to building peaceful and inclusive institutions. All of these affirm that there can be no sustainable development without peace, and no peace without sustainable development. This is the spirit that underpins the Security Council resolutions that are really harnessing the work of the United Nations as a whole to advance peace around the world. We need a new comprehensive approach to address root causes, strengthen the true rule of law, and promote sustainable development on the basis of dialogue and respect. This guides all of UNESCO actions to build peace through education, freedom of expression, intercultural dialogue, respect for human rights, and cultural diversity, as well as scientific cooperation. And maybe the part of scientific cooperation we are highlighting here, what we are doing today in terms of engaging with the academic institutions, but mainly faith-based academic institutions. So the International Day of Peace therefore celebrates the power of global solidarity for building a peaceful and sustainable world. This has never been so important in a time of unprecedented challenges. New forces of division have emerged, spreading hatreds and intolerance. Terrorism is fueling violence, while violent extremism seeks to position the minds of, to poison the minds of the vulnerable and the youth more specifically. Added to that, we can bring in issues related to climate, natural disaster. We have new emerging areas that are both opportunities but also threats. If I mention just artificial intelligence and the role this can play, a frightening role if not well organized or well coordinated from what we have been seeing so far, that could be an additional threat to peace in our region. And being in regions where we may merely be consumers, that creates even more challenges vis-a-vis some of these emerging technologies and the role they could play, either to promote peace or to jeopardize peace. And there also the critical role of the academia would not be emphasized further. So because the barriers to peace are complex and steps, and that no one countries, no one stakeholders can solve them alone, doing so requires new forms of solidarity and joint action starting as early as possible. For this year's celebration, we are very pleased to collaborate with the Peace Network, the Peace Tree Network, in supporting the organization of this hybrid roundtable discussion under the theme Harmony Through Faith, leveraging religious higher learning institutions for peace building and conflict resolution. I take this opportunity to also thank the host institution for accommodating us for this celebration. The roundtable will emphasize really the role of academia as an infrastructure which is uniquely positioned to advance research, to advance knowledge, to advance critical thinking, vis-a-vis providing the needed evidence-based information to support the work of different stakeholders vis-a-vis building peace infrastructures at different level, and working even with the faith-based organization, faith-based academic institution makes it more relevant because beyond the engagement at the academic sphere, you are also down at the community level to challenge the issues, to challenge the different conflicts that are arising. You are also uniquely positioned to analyze some of these and to provide the right argument that will feed policy making, that will feed different programs for making our world a more peaceful and inclusive space. That's why I really value the platform that we are creating and the conversation that will unfold, looking really forward to your critical thought, your innovation. We don't want this roundtable to be a one-stop, a one-shot something. How do we from here identify very tangible element to move forward, capitalizing better on the knowledge production that is emerging from you and from the best practices that are implemented in the different interventions you are having already. Beyond that, the capacity to train, because as academic institutions you are developing knowledge and you are infusing it in new generation, and we have through the different programs hosted in your institution relevant manpower that emerge with the skills, with the competence to advance the work on conflict prevention, on conflict mediation, on peace building. How do we really tell the story also of this work being done by your institution and the impact you are having on the ground? Because having the research done, having them published is good, but also having the evidence of the impact that is providing in the community is even more important for the work we are doing. And this really beautify the mandate and the spirit behind the establishment of UNESCO, which is about building peace in the minds of women and men. Yeah. So without further ado, and not to take too much time, please allow me, as it's the tradition on the occasion of the International Day for any event we are hosting around the world, to provide a bit of emphasis from the message of the Director General of UNESCO, Mrs. Audrey Azoulay, on the occasion of the International Day of Peace. And you will allow me just to read a few sections of it. And I quote, "It isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to believe in it. One must work at it." On this International Day of Peace, the work of former chairperson of the United Nations Commission on Human Rights, Eleanor Roosevelt, reminds us that peace must be nurtured day after day because it can never be taken for granted. The war in Ukraine, like all other conflicts around the world, is a terrible and tragic illustration of these facts. And in the minds of conflict, UNESCO is committed to safeguarding education, culture, science, and information, for they are the seeds of lasting peace. Our mission to build peace throughout the world has never been more pressing and it has never been more difficult. For democracy is under threat. Climate change is multiplying the causes of social, economic, and political tension. New technologies are exacerbating inequalities and discrimination. We must therefore act globally using public action to do its maximum advantage. This is what this year themes reminds us. We are compelled to take such global and systemic action by the Sustainable Development Goals, the achievement of which is an everyday undertaking for both the United Nations and UNESCO. The Sustainable Development Goals all contribute to the building of truly lasting peace. For example, SDG 4 is the ensuring of universal education for us for all. Education which fosters understanding between people, intercultural cooperation, and the promotion of human rights and protection of the planet. This is why UNESCO promote the Mastercard Against Racism, which are aimed at young people. This is why we promote media information literacy, which combats hate speech and helping people to develop critical thinking. And to help us carry out all these activity, we rely on the UNESCO Associated School Network, which unite 12,000 institutions in 182 countries around a common cause, that of building the defenses of peace in the minds of children and young people. Finally, UNESCO works to ensure that the power of science, particularly that of the ties forged by scientific cooperation, is wielded in the service of peace. This is the objective of the International Center for Light and for Experience Science and Application in the Middle East, which brings together scientists from throughout the Middle East, building bridges between different areas of knowledge and between different countries. On this International Day of Peace, UNESCO therefore call on all of society's players to commit to uphold and working for peace, for we need peace to be always the common lodestar of the world we share. End of the message of the Director General on this occasion, and I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to collaborate with you on this engagement, wishing all of us fruitful deliberation and looking forward to have concrete output we can engage more with moving forward. Thank you for your kind attention, and back to you, Dear Moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hughes. Thank you so much. And before I even request you to allow me to proceed by declaring this
session open, because Martha carefully avoided that responsibility, I would like you to allow me to just paraphrase, and I think, Martha, this might guide our discussions today, to just paraphrase the words of the UNESCO Director General in as far as this session is concerned. I think it is not enough to churn out graduates into the society, but faith-based institutions of higher learning must also influence that society toward a culture of harmony, inclusion, and constructive engagement for sustainable development. Just paraphrasing the word of UNESCO Director General, and in as much as contextualizing that message to our session today. So I would like, with a lot of humility, Dr. Hughes, to request you to officially open this session so that we can engage in an official platform, if that's okay.
I didn't realize that button was on me. So really apologies for not taking it up straight away. Yeah, thank you again for the opportunity. And maybe I also forgot to fully introduce myself as Mr. Ngandu Gata. I'm the program specialist and head of the unit for social and human sciences at the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. And again, it's a unique privilege for us to be associated and to facilitate this program, which I'm humbled and honored to hereby declare open. Thank you again, and let us have a good interaction.
Thank you so much. Now I can introduce myself. Yes, my name is Okok. I'll be your moderator today, throughout the day. So if you don't like this face, please just be tolerant to the face.
Because I'll be
with you for the next 3 or 4 hours
continuously. Without further ado, I would just like to lay down some logistics and information about how we are going to run this session. Number one, this session is hybrid and it is recorded and it's live streamed. Number two, it will have 3 parameters of engagement. We will be able to have thematic presentations from experts in different fields. And these will focus on specific areas that I'll be able to explain shortly. The second aspect of our engagement is discussions, plenary discussions, as well as questions and answers, where those who are here physically and those who are online will have opportunities to express their questions and points that they will want maybe discussed further. And the third part is the final one, which is now identifying practical actions, because as we have been told by our speaker, we will not wish to have this an event just as, as a passing by event, but that which will lead us into practical actions by faith-based institutions of higher learning. So those are the 3 parameters of our engagements, and we will wish maybe to have your attention and also practical participation in the process. In terms of questions, in terms of areas that you wish to be addressed, you can also write them on the chat box for those who are online. But for those who are here, you'll be able to maybe speak to them when time comes. We have 2 places of convenience on this side. We have gents and then we have ladies, but we have more on the ground floor should that need arise. The mode of presentations in terms of those who will be speaking to us will be categorized under 4 or 5 areas, because we want to make this session as practical as possible. So irrespective of the thematic areas, we will wish the speakers to pay a lot of attention on the current situations in regard to the thematic areas that they will be speaking on. As we have been told by our colleague from UNESCO, our world is facing more and more of challenges. If you listened to BBC this morning, you will realize that countries such as Ethiopia are really entering into a very, very complex socio-economic and political dynamics. We will wish to discuss the role of faith-based institutions of higher learning in those kind of contexts. The places such as Democratic Republic of Congo or Burundi that are probably trying to reorganize themselves in terms of social cohesion. What are some of the practical issues that we want to discuss around there? The Southern Africa, the issues of violent extremism, as we have been told, is also coming up. So practical current situation of the issues, the challenges and opportunities, that is one parameter. The second parameter of our thematic presentations, discussions and engagement will look at general interventions that are being carried out in order to address those challenges and in order to capture those opportunities that will have been enumerated. So that is general interventions. And then now the third part of our thematic engagements will be now the specific role of the faith-based institutions of higher learning in those contexts. What are some of the actions? What are some of the interventions? What are some of the actions that are being undertaken by faith-based institutions of higher learning to address those challenges that exist? And what are some of the gaps you experience? Are there some practical case studies that we can be able to celebrate? And are there some failures that we can also be able to lament on? And the final part of our thematic discussions and engagements, both for participants and the presenters, will be practical recommendations on going forward. What are some of the things that we must be able to carry out from here in going forward? And those recommendations can be under various categories. To the conveners, that is the UNESCO Center for Training and Research and Publications, or Hekima Institute for Peace Studies and International Relations, and also Peace Tree Network. What are some of the practical recommendations that we can be able to make for them to jointly or individually pursue? But those recommendations can also go to governments and governmental organizations or institutions in terms of policy discussions. So those are some of the things that we will wish our presenters to address, but also to engage with those who are listening. Each presenter, when called upon, will have 15 minutes of presentation. And they will go continuously, and then at the end, we'll be able, slightly before tea break, we'll be able to have some 15 minutes also for questions and answers. Without further ado, kindly allow me to introduce the three speakers that will be engaging with us in the first session of presentations, and then I'll call each of them to speak to us. Without any order of priority, I would like now to present to you Dr. Kiala. The first name sounds a little bit challenging to my mother tongue, and therefore he will be able to tell us how you pronounce it. But Dr. Kiala is a senior lecturer and a researcher at the International Center of Nonviolence, based at Durban University of Technology in South Africa. He is also an associate professor and visiting lecturer at the University of Bandundu. Dr. Kiala, among other qualifications and achievements, holds Masters of Philosophy in Religious Education and Pastoral Theology from St. Augustine College of South Africa. He was awarded a doctoral degree in philosophy, specializing in public administration peace studies in 2016 at Durban University of Technology. Dr. Kiala has done a number of publications, and among others is a monograph which under the title Child Soldiers and Restorative Justice, Participatory Action Research in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. And remember, he will be talking about the potential of nonviolence in promoting peace and social cohesion in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So we will be able to learn a lot also from his publication and practical experience in that area. I would like now to move to Dr. Duncan Mumbo. Dr. Duncan Mumbo is the chaplain of Eastern Africa Baraton University, and he is married with 3 adult children. He's an ardent family life therapist, a seasoned counselor, passionate preacher, a writer, and a compassionate leader. He's a lover of nature and he's also an environmentalist. He's a motivational speaker and a finance advisor. And Dr. Mumbo will be bringing to us historical contributions and lessons learned in the peace-building practice in Eastern Africa. In that order, finally, I have an honor to introduce to you Dr. Ali Adan Ali. Dr. Ali is a Kenyan and is a senior assistant registrar, student support services, and as an imam at the Technical University of Kenya. Dr. Adan is also has also been previously a lecturer at the School of Education and Social Sciences of Umma University. He was also a registrar Innovation and Outreach Affairs at UMA from 2016 to 2020. He has also previously worked with the National Museums of Kenya, and in addition to that, he has a 15 years experience in teaching at the university. He has supervised and mentored many master's and PhD students as an adjunct faculty of the United States International University of Africa. Dr. Adan has also led research for various national assignments, including mapping the terrain, advancing education in Muslim societies, and research project of International Institute of Islamic Thought in the USA in the year 2020. Finally, Dr. Adan is a co-founder member of the African Center for Health, Environment and Water Services, a research training and collaborative facilities, where he is currently the Director of Technical Services. He has done a number of researches and publications. And Dr. Adan will be bringing to us the integration of faith and science and its positive impact on society. With that introduction, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, allow me to bring to us our first speaker, Dr. Kiala, who will be talking to us on the potential of nonviolence in promoting peace and social cohesion in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Dr. Kiala, you have 15 minutes and starts now.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends. I'm Jamboni. Those friends are in Nairobi, in Kenya. Actually, this is a very good opportunity for me to do kind of resituation to this organization, which is based in Kenya, because I did a lot of my studies in Kenya, and then I moved to South Africa. My presentation, I don't know, the technician, can you assist me here? I want just to remove the chat here, the chat on the side of the screen. Hello? Yeah, I see there is a small screen here on interfering with the screen I'm using for this presentation.
Just hold on. We are being informed that it is on your side, but it is visible if you can just proceed.
Some of the items are hidden.
Are hidden?
Yes. Would you guide me how to? Okay, I got it. Okay, there we go.
Would you kindly minimize the charts? That's what I'm being told.
Yes, I've done it. Thank you so much.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
My presentation is about the potential of nonviolence in promoting peace and social cohesion in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This is based on my own works, 2 pieces of works that I've done, research in the Democratic Republic of Congo. 3 sets of approaches are useful and have been tested, and some haven't been tested. But we assume that a combination of all these approaches could yield some substantive results in promoting peace and social cohesion in the Democratic Republic of Congo. As we know, Congo comes from a legacy of 2 wars, which was depicted as African world wars, 2 Twice the Democratic Republic of Congo was affected by war, and the implication of the geopolitics and regional implications of other actors involved in this conflict has had lasting effects on social cohesion and the promotion of peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I put three sets here. The first one consists of traditional mechanisms of peace building. Here we have a local baraza, I'll speak about it, intercommunity baraza, and Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Local baraza has been tested partially, and intercommunity baraza has also been tested and has yielded also some results. But the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was started in Congo, but unfortunately, it didn't follow its course, and it was interrupted and disappeared, and there was no result as far as building peace and social cohesion are concerned in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There are also ways which are based on Jean-Paul Lederach's peace pyramid of peace building in the book Reconciliation in the divided societies. We have workshops, conflict resolution, healing and reconciliation, peace building, that has to be promoted via workshops, seminars at local levels. There is no peace without justice, and there is no reconciliation without justice and without healing. So I propose here four approaches of dealing with justice in the context of my country in order to achieve a sustainable peace. The first one consists of indigenous jurisprudence like the Baraza, transitional justice in the aftermath of large-scale violence, human atrocities, human rights abuses. Transitional justice is required, it's needed, so that the country can be moved to the path of development and durable peace. And restorative justice can also be used, as well as the International Criminal Tribunal for the Democratic Republic of Congo, in the context of the regional dimension and international dimension of the conflicts that have taken place in Congo, but yet has also some ramifications on the lasting cohesion at local and at national and even regional level. The traditional Baraza is a forum that originates from the local tradition in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in the eastern part of Congo. The Baraza has two levels. The one is the local traditional Baraza, and then we have also the Baraza Lawazé Intercommunautaire, which is the intercommunity Baraza of elders. Both concepts originate from Kiswahili local language in Congo. The first one means a veranda, a living room. That's a place where elders in the village used to meet and discuss all that was going on in the community, and to try also to see how they could respond to all the questions, the problems that any local community village were dealing with. It works as on a threefold principle: preventing conflict, managing conflict, and resolving conflict. The structure of a local Baraza is that there is a president of the Baraza who is the area chief, who's also called Mwami. We have also custodians of customs. Custodians of customs are so many within the area where there is a Mwami. We have also village wise men, also called notables or clan guardians, who understand better the tradition, the customs, etiquettes of each community so that they can be able to discuss and find ways of resolving the problems that are happening in the community. And the success of a Baraza in preventing violence, especially the Baraza of Wazee, has been tested, and it showed some very good results. In 2007, its 10 members convened 3 meetings with Laurent Kunda in the stronghold of Masisi in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo to persuade him to end his rebellion and not to attack Goma. So that dialogue, that meeting with the Baraza Wazee was very successful, and Laurent Kunda resented. He didn't attack Goma. In 2009, the Baraza of Wazee Intercommunautaire sent a delegation to Ruchuru to campaign against ethnic manipulations by rebel leaders who were instigating inter-ethnic massacres. And that was also successful that time. The Baraza of Wazee worked closely with local leaders in helping local population to distance themselves from the militia, especially in Ruchuru and those areas which were most affected by intercommunal conflicts and violence. In 2010, the Baraza of Wazee met local leaders of Walikale in the district of Pinga, North Kivu, where violent confrontations between local armed groups, namely the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, FDLR, and the Coalition of Resisting Congolese Patriots, PARECO, caused internal displacement of people. A joint meeting between the Baraza of Wazee leaders and the United Nations Organization for the stabilization of Congo, MONUSCO, had delegations who met and they discussed the problem between the local communities of Rwandan descent and the rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo. They tried to find a settlement, and that prevented large-scale violence in that part of the Democratic Republic of Congo around Ruchuru. In 2013-2014, the Baraza of Wazee leadership sent a delegation to Kichanga, where ethnic violence between the Hunde and the Hutu left approximately 1,000 people dead. Thousands of people were left homeless and their houses were burned to ashes. The Baraza of Wazee continued setting up local Baraza in most communities affected by bloody ethnic clashes, whereby all local ethnic groups are represented to prevent resumption of violence and to facilitate the return of members of the communities who fled conflicts. The Baraza of Wazee was, this is a study as conducted on responding to epistemic injustice against child soldiers. So we organized a Baraza in Bwerimane in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there were 14 members of the Baraza, 21 members of the communities, and 22 former child soldiers. So this meeting yielded some very good results. It shows that quite a number of people who participated in the Baraza were satisfied with the way former child soldiers were handled, because some of them were rejected from the community and they were accused of being criminals. And then after the Baraza, there were kind of a cohesion, there were kind of a reconciliation between former child soldiers and their communities. So the result showed 31 very satisfied, 11 satisfied. That comes to 42%, 42 members of participants in the Baraza were satisfied with the process. And that is quite a high number take into consideration the total number of participants in this inquiry. Now, the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo has caused a lot of violence. And these are the type of workshops that were conducted in Kinshasa on the 8th December 2014. I participated in this conference, in these workshops, in which members of the community came. The Mwami was there, and representatives of civil society, and the police, and the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo. They discussed this, the issues that were causing violence in the community. And that was based on John Galtung's concept of peace, violence, positive peace, negative peace, structural violence, and direct violence. And that was also another approach which was used to bring down the tensions that were there in Kichanga, where so many people were affected by violent conflicts. And during the workshops, they also try to identify what caused conflict in Congo. At a local level, we have ethnicity. We have also people, displacement of people, immigration, people who have come to Congo from other different countries, and who needed also places to work, to plow, and that caused also conflicts. And we have greed, people who look for power, people who want to rule by all means, that also cause violence and conflicts in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have also land issues, resources also that cause conflicts, especially natural resources. And there are quite a number of studies which have been produced already, including mine, which I haven't put here, which shows that resources in Congo is the cause of a curse, it's a curse to the country because of people who like to plunder the resources of the country, and different armed groups who would like to have control of rich reservoirs of mineral resources. They turn to use violent means to maintain control over the resources so that they can exploit and then illegally traffic them. We have here a study by the Human Rights Watch titled "The Curse of Gold." So gold has become a curse for the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have OPAM and OMO resource curse and resource wars that is driven by resources, a control over resources. We have also BOT, the curse of coltan, conflict in the Kivu. So coltan is what has maintained conflict and sometimes destabilizing local communities so that people can exploit minerals, they can traffic them without control, and local people who have no say. We have also Grossman, a recent study, Ending the Curse in the Democratic Republic, a game of thrones, mines, and militias. So all comes to one thing. The main problem that the Democratic Republic of Congo is having is its wealth. And we remember Uganda has been asked to pay $325 million US to the Democratic Republic of Congo in reparation related to brutal conflicts. And we see the problem of Congo to be resolved. It is not just at the local level. It is also a regional problem. It is an international problem. It requires an international intervention because the conflict in the neighboring countries has also ripple effects on social cohesion, on peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Other approaches that could be considered as what we find here in Lederach's pyramid of peace building, rebuilding peace, sustainable reconciliation, divided society. So peace has to be at several levels. Sorry, Mata? Peace has to be built at 3 levels. At the top levels, we have those leaders, military, we have religious leaders. They have influence on the people. They can also use various approaches to build peace. We have also middle range leadership, members of NGOs who are listening. They can also contribute to peace. A meeting in Kinshasa, we have the Mwami in white. We have members of the Democratic the Armed Forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo. They participated into that meeting. We have here all people from all social strata in Kinshasa, in the parish hall, religious faith-based organization. We have a priest, we have members of the communities. They all said to see how they can bring back harmony and social cohesion and make people live in peace. So most of this presentation comes from my 2 works, utilizing a traditional approach to restorative justice and the integration of former child soldiers in the North Kivu province, Democratic Republic of Congo, published by Africa Insight. We have responding to epistemic injustice against child soldiers, published by the International Children's Rights. We have also John Paul Lederach. Thank you so much for the time later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kiala. We would just like to go to Dr. Duncan Mumbo, if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Please go ahead. 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
It's okay. We will take on the stage, though I'm still. It's okay. I hope it is okay. Presentation. Of course, my presentation has been forwarded and can be shared on the screen, but I would want to invite the student that we have. Can you move closer so that we will take the 15 minutes? And is a 4th-year student, and she would want to go over my presentation. She would want to go over that presentation. And so, Aileen, you can read it, and then we'll make some points that as it goes on.
Okay. I'm focusing on historical contributions and lessons learned in the peace building and practice in Eastern Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow believers, I stand before you today as both a university chaplain and a believing Christian, deeply honored to address this faith-based convention on a topic of great significance to Eastern Africa and humanity as a whole. Today, we embark on a journey through history, a journey that explores the profound role of religious organizations and institutions in peacekeeping efforts within Eastern Africa. In the complex tapestry of Eastern Africa's history, peace-building efforts have woven a tapestry of hope and reconciliation, shaping the socio-political landscape of this diverse and dynamic region. Our discussion today aims to not only appreciate the historical contributions, but also to glean to lessons that are essential for addressing contemporary challenges and fostering a more stable and harmonious future. Let us embark on this journey by diving into the historical context of peace building in Eastern Africa. Historical context of peace building in Eastern Africa. A, pre-colonial peace mechanisms. We begin by acknowledging the indigenous conflict resolution methods that prevailed in Eastern Africa's pre-colonial era. These mechanisms, rooted in local wisdom, showcased the importance of peaceful coexistence. Equally important were the roles played by the traditional leaders and council who held the trust of their communities and often acted as impartial mediators. colonial impact on peace and conflict. The colonial era brought with it disruptions of these traditional systems, as well as the creation of ethnic tensions. We must acknowledge the scars that still linger from this tumultuous period. Yet, even in the midst of colonial oppression, the flame of peace was kept alive by faith and resilience. C, post-independence struggles. As Eastern Africa emerged into nationhood, it faced its own set of challenges. New nations sought to define their identities and grappled with the legacies of colonialism. The Cold War's influence on regional conflicts added yet another layer of complexity, reminding us of the interconnectedness of global politics and regional peace. As we journey through history, we are reminded that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, harmony, and reconciliation. 2, key contributors to peace building. A, prominent peace activists and leaders. Figures like Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, and Haile Selassie in Ethiopia exemplify leaders who not only fought for independence, but also laid the foundations for peace within their nations. Their legacies continue to inspire us today. B, regional organization. The Eastern African Community, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, and the African Union stand as regional pillars of peace. They exemplify the power of collective action in fostering unity and cooperation. 3, lesson learned from historical peace-building efforts. A, the importance of inclusivity. We have learned that addressing ethnic and tribal divisions is vital. Peace is built upon the inclusion of all voices, even those on the margins. The involvement of marginalized communities in peace processes is not just a lesson, but a moral imperative. B, diplomacy and mediation. Diplomacy and mediation have been linchpins in resolving conflicts, bridging gaps, and building diplomatic relations between nations. These tools are not just for diplomats, but for all who seek to heal. C, conflict prevention and early warning systems. Identifying potential sources of conflict and intervening early have proven crucial in preventing escalation. The lessons here are clear. Vigilance and proactive engagement are essential. As we reflect on these lessons, we must also acknowledge the challenges and ongoing issues faced by Eastern Africa. 4, challenges and ongoing issues. A, ethnic and tribal conflicts. Deep-seated tensions and root causes persist, reminding us that reconciliation is an ongoing journey. The challenge of reconciling diverse communities remains, requiring us to nurture the bonds of unity amidst diversity. B, socioeconomic disparities. Addressing inequality and poverty are crucial elements of peace building. The inextricable link between economic development and peace underscores the need of holistic approaches. 3, external influences. Geopolitical interests in the region and foreign interventions continue to shape the peace landscape. Eastern Africa must navigate these complexities with resilience and wisdom. 5, contemporary peace-building efforts. A, studies. The South Sudan peace process reminds us that peace is an ongoing endeavor, often marked by setbacks and renewed efforts. The African Union mission in Somalia exemplifies the commitment of regional organizations to stabilizing conflict-affected areas. B, innovations in peace building. The use of technology for conflict resolution and civil society initiatives highlights the adaptability and creativity of peace builders. Grassroots movements, often rooted in faith communities, demonstrate the power of local engagement. C, the issue of sin and encounter with the Creator. When we neglect the issue of sin and its devastating effects in the world, we will make attempts to bringing peace to futility. We must therefore lead all as individuals to encounter our Creator and Redeemer, who alone can accord us inner peace, recommendation, and forgiveness. In conclusion, let us draw inspiration from the words of notable East African leader Julius Nyerere, who once said, "Peace is not just the absence of conflicts, it is the presence of justice." The good old book also commands us to do all you can to live in peace with everyone. That is Romans chapter 12, verse 18, New Living Translation. Religious organizations and institutions, as we have seen, have been instrumental in bringing justice, healing, and hope to Eastern Africa. Through mediation, interfaith dialogue, humanitarian assistance, moral guidance, education, and advocacy for human rights, they have embodied the principles of peace. Their involvement, often in collaboration with political leaders, has shown us that faith and governance can work hand in hand for the greater good. Together, they have forged paths towards reconciliation, social cohesion, and the realization of a more peaceful future. As we leave this convention today, let us carry with us lessons of history, the wisdom of faith, and the resolve to be active agents of peace in our own community. Eastern Africa's journey towards lasting peace and prosperity continues, and it is a journey we can all contribute to. We all need to take cognizant of what Jesus Christ told his disciples as he prepared them to live without him. Peace I leave you. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. John chapter 14, verse 27. Thank you, and may peace guide our steps as we move forward.
Thank you very much. That was Aislinn bringing in those notes that have been written, and we hope that if these are implemented, we will be able to enjoy peace even as we remember this day of peace. Thank you very much.
Thank
We are
you.
done.
Thank you, Dr. Mongo.
Yeah.
You did not introduce your student, so we don't know her name.
Okay, she can introduce herself. We have her here. Let the student speak for herself.
I am Atieno Ashley, and I study journalism and mass communication at the University of Eastern Africa, Baratoan.
Good. So now you have heard her. She speak for herself. She's journalism. So he said, let's work together. This is peaceful between lecturers, chaplains, and their students. Good, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mongo and Ashley.
Your student has spoken as a real expert of peace building and conflict resolution. I hope. Yes, and I hope you'll be with us throughout so that we can interact with the audience as well. I would like now to call Dr. Ali Adan Ali. Oh, you are with us here. Please come. Yes, please. Okay, guys. No, I was calling him to connect. Yeah, in the meantime, as Dr. Ali comes, we still request those who are with questions and any area that you'll wish to be attended to, you can still feed into the chat box so that at the end of these presentations, we can just consolidate them and act on them. Or if you want a particular area to be addressed or a particular recommendation to be taken forward. Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much, our moderator for this particular session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Dr. Ali Adan. I am a senior lecturer at Department of Geoscience and Environment at Technical University of Kenya, but I'm just a very old person there. I've been registrar research Uma University, where I went after I left the National Museums of Kenya. So I am privileged to be here this morning to share with you some of our thoughts so that this day we celebrate as a global community. There is a very famous saying from Peter Drucker who say, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So here, this word speaks volumes. And what we mean is that we must be sure of what we want to achieve. If it is peace we are looking for, then we must be on top of our systems. So I was told to share my thoughts to see how integration of science and faith can help address some of the societal problems. First and foremost, let me say that human being is a very special creature, different from plant, different from animals, and that is why even biblically we are told man is created in the image of God, and it may not be the physical image that we know. But from an Islamic perspective, man is a very special being because he's created in the best form of creation. Number two, God has blessed human beings with the knowledge. And why human being is created in best form of creation, enabled with the knowledge, is so that human being can become a proper vicegerent of God Almighty on this earth. And because of this responsibility, he has been given the independent freedom to utilize the resources between the heaven and the earth sustainably. Now, when you talk about the source of science, there are three sources of science. One is the revelations. This is the Bible, the Gospel, the Bible, the Torah, the Psalms of David, and the Holy Quran. That is the first source of science. Number two is the earth, the nature, what you can call the nature, where in the nature we make observation, we do research, we do analysis. That is a source of science. And then, of course, that knowledge which God Almighty has given to each and every human being, which is grown and expanded and improved through education, through learning and reading, is another source of knowledge. I will going to avoid this because we all know what is faith, science. There is source of knowledge, which is, of course, all knowledge belongs to God Almighty. Him being the only one, he who does not share his sovereignty with any deity or anything. He is the only source of knowledge, and he distributed this. And one of his attributes is the knower of all. So I will avoid some of these traditional definitions. Now, when you talk about science that we do, the science of biology, zoology, ornithology, and the rest, these are things that we can easily observe in our environments. And when we look at them, we start praising God Almighty that God did not create them without a purpose. The ant in an environment, the squirrels, the mosquitoes, the zebras, the giraffe, and the lions, each of them have its own niche, and they represent the unique signs of God Almighty. In Islam, ladies and gentlemen, science complements faith. And another thing that I also want to say is, human being is enabled to learn from the day he is born until he exits. So that process of learning knowledge in Islam, which is a pursuit, that pursuit of knowledge is considered to be a special form of worship. So when students leave their homes, travel kilometers to come to Hekima, to come and learn, they are in the spirit of, say, jihad in Islam. Simply put it, they are in the spirit of jihad. For example, these are, I just want to take you through one. As you know, for example, after the death of the prophet, they are the successors of who took over the leadership of the global Muslim Ummah. And of course, they have been engaged in wars. They are coming across what we can call the treasures of knowledge from the Persians, from the Byzantine, from the Greeks, the Indians, and Romans, among others. They collected and preserved these particular resources for humanity, and that is actually what led to the renaissance of the Western world. And of course, that particular knowledge and it led to many other, in the spirit of other scientific discoveries in medicine, in philosophy. The first university in the world was established by Muslims in Morocco. And then, of course, this Islamic contribution to sciences has really assisted humanity in many aspects. For example, these are the canons of medicine, which was written by Ibn Sina, and it has been taught in the Western universities for more than 5 to 7 centuries. So I of course, I will avoid this because I want to go to now. When you talk of science, how do you do science? You do science by making sure that you adhere to the fundamental principles of knowledge and also human rights. One, the respect for life and humanity, honesty and truthfulness. Today, people do research to satisfy political goals. People do research to satisfy the economic policies. But in Islam, you cannot do research to achieve any what we can call any results that will be disadvantaging others. So it must be a honesty study that is guided with the truthfulness. And you also, of course, it comes with accountability, because any action of human being, you will going to be asked in front of God Almighty. It has to be promoting fairness and justice. And then, of course, it should be contributing to environmental restoration, stewardship, and management, because environment is a common good of all. So let me just share with you, because of time, my simple experience as far as contribution to what have we done as a Muslim scholar to promote peace. First and foremost, let me say that in the world of today, where the world is confronted with emerging global crisis, there is a new world order, ladies and gentlemen, that is coming into play. After the Berlin Wall collapse of 1990, and after German reunifications, the September 11 of 2001, the emergency of ISIS, and now the terrorism that came as a result of that, the piracy, and now the emergency of China as now an emerging serious economy that is really posing a serious threat to the Western global interest. So there is a new world order that is taking a shape. And of course, that will going to come with a lot of insecurity sense. There is a building of alliances and a scramble for the resources. And the only continent that has resources which everybody is looking on is Africa. So the scramble of Africa by European Union, or European nations, the American nations, the Chinese, and others. Of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is actually posing a threat to our theology, our religious dogma, to our cultural traditions, and also indigenous knowledge, is coming with a lot of challenge. So how to manage, I really don't know. And of course, that comes with a lot of insecurity. And then issue impact of the social media that is also challenging the culture, the religious and behaviors, where, for example, now the traditional system, like the family system, like the marriage, are now, or the gender issue, are now being thrown out of the window. Of course, environment and climate crisis that we face, which is coming with a lot of water insecurity, food insecurity, nutritional crisis, among others. Resource-based conflicts cannot actually, is also another crisis that we face. The democracy. It has actually, the historians are now considering that democracy is a failing system and it's not responding to the needs of humanity. We have got people who deny elections. We have got elections that are being manipulated. And so people are asking, what is the why is a democracy applied in Western different from the one applied in Africa? It's different from the one that is being nurtured and promoted in the Middle East or in many countries. So democracy is no longer a trusted, accountable system that is to produce proper governance, accountable leadership in the world. So, and then, for example, the UN systems. Is there anywhere where the UN system, for example, have really produced peace and tranquility, where the rights of the vulnerable groups have been restored and protected. So because Africa is still bleeding from conflict, the Latin America, the Middle East, and the war in Ukraine and others, whereby, for example, yesterday the president of Ukraine is complaining that because of the veto power, the whole UN system, security system, is paralyzed. So there's a lot of issues, ladies and gentlemen. Immigration crisis, which is, we all know what happened in Libya, the Libya, the Tunisia, the Moroccan crisis. Now, what is the role of the religious community, or how, because all these crises will definitely going to impact the degree of safety and peace in the world. So the positive impact of peace, if we are going to agree that that humanity start valuing peace, is one, is through promotion of interreligious dialogue and interreligious relations. And then, of course, remember, in this country, we have been having a lot of political challenges. We have been having a lot of insecurity, and we must appreciate that the religious groups, the churches, and some Muslims organizations have been putting their effort together to engage with the local communities, militias, actually, which is actually currently happening even in the northern Kenya and also in a bit of Somalia. So very, very important. Of course, we also appreciated where, because conflict comes as a result of denied rights and opportunities. So when, for example, we provide resources which can easily be accessed by people, at, whether it is a health service, whether it is an educational service, whether it is a social welfare support, then that, of course, will going to remove some of the negative perceptions from the people, and they can easily come on board. For example, issue of inclusive education. The good thing is, one thing that I must appreciate in this country is, of course, the Catholic Church controls more than 60% of education, both higher education and the basic education. And for example, the Muslims, they have, because of the freedom, they have provided the space and the respect and recognition to the Muslim they provided. That itself, I think, is leading to a lot of transformations of minds and thought, where people used to assume that these guys are non-Muslims, they are our enemies. I think that negative perception has been removed through inclusive education, and I'm going to share with you what we have done with the Tangaza University College. And then, of course, the issue of environmental sustainability, climate change. We have done quite a number of things, and I think it will be good to share with you what we have done. So, for sustainable and transformative peace to be achieved, ladies and gentlemen, in the light of this global crisis, the only options. Somebody says, yesterday we were in University of Nairobi for a conference with a German group, and somebody say, how can we encounter the Chinese investments and explorations, or Chinese interest expansion in Africa? And somebody say, you don't need to encounter. The word is cooperations. The word is dialogue. The word is collaboration. And that is the only way, because you will never engage with any partners. And because, we are not in a colonial government. You remember, during the day of colonization, our options were limited. The only options African had were to organize our militias to confront the colonizers. But today, the options have been expanded, and therefore the only option that is there is convert every opportunity, that any engagement that we have, into opportunity that can work for our country, that can work for peace. So therefore, responsive policies, dialogue and cooperation is the way to go. Allow me to share with you one of the quotes from a Somali elder who says, Somalis have been fighting each other with guns for more than close to 30 years. He says, what we were not able to get with the guns, we are able to get by invoking, by reaching out to each other, by calling each other my brother, my sister. So and this has really is a very good thing, because the guns kill. But when you speak to someone, when you meet someone with smiling faces, there's a special communication that is happening. When, for example, you're in a strong position and you are looking at somebody who is weaker than you, maybe he's angry, maybe you have overpowered him, he look at you through the eye, you can feel that there is something this person is trying to communicate. So smiling faces and caring and a considerate approach will always be the best. So ladies and gentlemen, because of time, what I want to say is we know our problem. For example, as Kenyans, as Africans, we know our problem and we exactly know how to fix it. But we are still talking of potential ability. We have potential to do. Forget of talking of potential. We have opportunity to connect the dots. We have opportunity as a faith community to make sure that our leaders cannot cause conflicts. We can hold our leaders accountable, because why do conflict occur? When the right of some people are denied, for example. When we allow our political leaders to only use the resources of the country for themselves and leaving the masses hungry or leaving the masses to suffer. So I think we have got opportunity to increase our voices and to stand together so that we can hold our leaders accountable. And when I say leaders, we're talking of both religious leaders, political leaders, and institutional leaders. Now, let me just share with you quick thoughts. What have we done with there is two things I wanted to share with you. We signed 2 minutes, I'll be done. In Tangaza University, Umma University signed an MOU with the Tangaza University College. And the whole idea was Muslim-Christian engagement for social transformation. How can, for example, as a religious leaders or scholars, we can walk to a village, look at their problem, whether it is water problem, health problem, water problem, sit with them, and then just what my Professor Kiala was trying to describe, so that we can understand and design for them their priority, which can help them to fix or utilize decentralized funds through the public systems. That was one thing which we did. And then during COVID, we formed again what is called Interfaith and Inter-University Forum, where we are creating awareness and where we are trying to raise the voices so that the religious and interfaith institution should reach to the people who are close in their homes or in their centers, and they are poor, so they were able to get food, they are able to get some counseling and others. So what is the takeaway from, ladies and gentlemen? One, integration of faith and science. Science and the faith are from the same source, and they complement each other. And I think there is a golden chance that the religious groups or religious institutions, particularly the faith-based higher education, should orient their research to aim at directly addressing the needs of the local people who cannot be reached by the so-called our leaders when they are providing services. And I think the other point that I wanted to emphasize, you cannot talk of peace when ethics and justice are not being considered. So we need to be guided by ethical values. For example, without ethics, for example, we cannot preach justice in the mosque and then I will be the one exploiting people. I know of people who are trying to buy land from innocent messiahs because the messiahs don't know the value of land, and then they do injustice to them by displacing them, then they become the most poor. And then you expect tomorrow you want to sell the land to people, to the middle income guys who will come and buy at exorbitant price, and the messiahs have become poor and landless. Do you think you will get peace? A food for thought for all of us. Thank you so much, our moderator. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali, for that presentation. And on that basis, we come to the end of the first session of thematic issues presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the session of feedback and reactions, I'll do two things. Number one, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Anthony Egan, Deputy Director of Center for Research, Training and Publications. He will be able to talk to us a little bit later. Allow me to do the second thing, just to put us in the right frame of mind in terms of providing our feedback. This first session started with Dr. Kiala bringing us the potential of nonviolence in promoting peace and social cohesion in the eastern part of Democratic Republic of Congo. And Dr. Kiala talked about so many spaces that are involved, issues such as traditional baraza, where he talked about baraza la wazee, and he gave some typical examples of how these barazas have been utilized to prevent either various militia attacks or recruitment of children into rebel groups. He also talked about the importance and the significance aspect of the workshops, where he talks about the workshops bringing together different actors, including state and non-state actors, including community leaders and the government security agencies. And he really paid a lot of emphasis on that in terms of building a common understanding and a common identification of agenda. Dr. Mumbo opened his presentation on the historical contributions and lessons learned in peace-building practices in Eastern Africa by acknowledging two things. Number one, he acknowledged the complexity and the ever-evolving culture of violence in the region, and the complexity of the conflict landscape as well. He also acknowledged, on the other hand, the need for collaborative peace building, and therefore he really emphasized on the importance of dialogue and collaboration. They also expressed different phases of peace building in Eastern Africa. First phase was the pre-colonial era, where they really acknowledged that in the pre-colonial era of Eastern Africa, there was a lot of sense of peaceful coexistence, recognition of potentials of different communities, and the essence and practical role of elders in mediating conflicts, whether it is intra-community or inter-communities. The second phase was colonial, where they talked about the destruction of the cultural structures and systems that were used to mitigate, manage, or prevent conflicts, or even deal with the post-conflict issues when they occurred. The post-colonial, they paid a lot of tribute in terms of communities and countries and states as they came to be known, grappling with the effects of colonialism, the aspects of inter-ethnic divisions, the aspects of boundary contestations, and also they paid a lot of focus on the effects of Cold War era. And in terms of opportunities for peace, they talked of the essence and the significance of the founders of different nations, talking about the philosophy that they had. They talked about the regional organizations in terms of East African Community, African Union, and IGAD. And they said that these organizations actually bring the essence of unity of purpose. In terms of lessons, they talked about the importance of inclusivity, diplomacy and mediation, conflict prevention and early warning systems, and challenges and the emerging issues such as ethnic divisions, socioeconomic disunities, and external factors. And in terms of conflict prevention and early warning systems, they paid a lot of the attention in terms of the role of different institutions and organizations at the community level. Dr. Ali Alden came to us on the question of science, the integration of faith and science. Hey, I'm trying to look at where I wrote it. Yes. And he began by talking about human being, our beingness being a special creation from the biblical and Quranic and other sources as well. He talked about the source of science being revelation, earth, and human being. And he paid a lot of attention on Islamic teachings and values in the area of science and human existence. He identified various aspects of emerging global crisis, including New World Order, He talked about the alliance building and scramble for Africa. And this is where probably we really need to pay a lot of attention, particularly when the African nations are probably going different directions and not acting in unity. He also talked about artificial intelligence and machine learning and the role of social media. He questioned us to really interrogate the role of the UN in terms of peace building by asking us if there is any place that UN intervention has really produced stability and peace. Role of faith and institutions, he named various roles that we can be able to play: promotion of interreligious dialogue and relations, health and social welfare and well-being, governance and participation and accountability, inclusive education, and in this he really gave a practical example on how the Catholic Church has produced element of inclusivity and understanding in terms of education processes, environmental sustainability and climate change. And he finished by saying, for peace to be sustainable and transformative, we need to really pay attention to two things, mainly dialogue and cooperation and responsible policies. And he gave us a typical example of what they are doing with Tangaza University. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting more time, I would like to take this opportunity to open for 10 minutes interactions, questions, and responses from our panels. Yes, in order, let me make your work easier. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the presenters. They have done a good job. Okay? So when you get the microphone, don't start saying the presenters have done well. I've already done that. So what you do is when you hold the microphone, just say your name and go directly into the question, both online and physical. Okay? I'll take 3 and then we see how it goes. Okay.
Hi, my name is Joyce Kimani. I am the coordinator for Missing Voices Alliance, which is an alliance that talks about judicial executions and police brutality in Kenya. I'm very interested in Dr. Ali's presentation. I have to say he has done a really impressive work, so sorry. Yeah, but I'm more of a solution-focused person. I believe in talking about the solutions than the problem. And so I was really keen when you were talking about AI and machine learning. And this is, for me, science, where I sit. And I wanted to know if you can briefly tell us about how it's affecting peace, like how we can utilize it to create maybe areas for peace building, how we can utilize the current digital tools that we have in ensuring that we have peace, probably across East and Horn of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jacqueline Jaro from the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. I'm delighted to be here today. These are just my thoughts based on the presentations that have been made this morning. I believe that religious, faith-based learning institutions have a very, very big role to play in the world today, and especially based on the challenges we're seeing today. And one of the things I believe they can leverage on is ethics, ethical education and value-based education. We need more of that in society today. Half the problems we see from the environment, from governance, from leadership, from the health sector, from the debt crisis we are facing in Africa, emanates from governance, ethics, and values. So you do have critical role to play in churning out. I heard your work is not just to churn out graduates. And that is true. It's not just to churn out graduates. It's to bring to these societies people who live up to the standards of their faith in everything that they do. That is number one. Number two, you also have a very big responsibility in preservation of indigenous knowledge. The first presenter was talking about barazas and other traditional mechanisms for peace building and dialogue. Increasingly, we live in a society that is very globalized. Dr. Ali talked about machine learning, artificial intelligence. We are looking at the UN and other bodies. But the role of indigenous knowledge in our society needs to be preserved. Increasingly, old people are dying. The younger generation is not picking up on these things. Even my generation hasn't picked up on this. But I believe religious institutions, especially because of your understanding of how to enter communities insofar as spreading the different faiths is concerned, have a role to play in preservation of those societies' cultural and indigenous knowledge. I particularly want to challenge the Catholic Church, mostly because I know for sure you're very good at preserving artifacts, knowledge, culture in various museums across the world. Open these spaces up. Open your museums up in various parts of the world. I want to share an experience. I once went to a Catholic-based institution in Turin, Italy, where they had a small museum.
And for the first time in my life, I saw my mom's community highlighted on an entire wall. And when I go back to the village, the museum back at home does not even have that kind of information. And I was like, why is this here and not open to the world? It's not even about the geopolitics of it or where it's located, but the fact that it's not open to all raised a question in my mind. And this is where now science comes in. I don't need to go to Turin to see that. You can put it on a platform online. Yeah, use 3D museums. They are a thing now. So that is another area. Lastly, I would like to pose a question on reciprocity amongst faith-based institutions of learning. Whereas we see some opening up for inclusion, others are not there yet. So what are you doing to ensure that there is reciprocity in so far as access and inclusion is concerned? Thank you very much.
Good morning. David Nyango from UNESCO. Pleased to be here. And I think Jackie has picked an area where I wanted to direct my question on the issue of preservation of indigenous knowledge. So my question goes to Dr. Kiala. I hope I pronounced your name right. It was interesting listening to you making a presentation on the Lega Baraza. I've had an opportunity of living in Rwanda, and I know also understand a bit of the Gashasha system, and I believe we'll have an opportunity of hearing a presentation from an expert from Rwanda. But from what you presented, I was struggling to understand. Maybe the time wasn't enough, but women and the gender aspects when it comes to peace building are quite important. But maybe I'm wrong. I didn't feel the gender perspective also being showcased in your presentation, from a dimension that there was a lot of reference on wise men. The title that you used, Baraza la Wazee, I hope in our minds, where we come from, if you hear Wazee, is most likely the men. So I wanted to hear some reflections from your end on whether there were any role that the women were playing in this kind of structures, because I believe women are equally important when it comes to peace building. And if possible, if you could also link that to the context of why we are here, specifically focusing on the unique role of the institutions of higher learning, in this case universities, what kind of role they may have played in maybe generating knowledge when it comes to the operationalization of those structures, or any other thing that you want to share with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will take one more and then we take the next.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Yes, good morning. My name is Joy Gitao. I'm representing Amani Communities Africa.
So for me,
I also wanted to just throw a spanner in the works about intergenerational passing of information. There's a deliberate move for us to return back to who we really are as Africans. And that was one of the values where things would pass from one generation to the next. So maybe it would be great to hear from any of the speakers what we are doing to deliberately make sure that some of the wisdom, that was there is being passed on from one generation to the next. And the intergenerational conversation is also very important because there is also a possibility of the older generation learning from the younger generation and us being, so that it's not like there's continuity, but there's also not feeling of what is this that the young people are doing in terms of peace approaches. So I would like us to maybe look into intergenerational passing of information when it comes to peace building. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of time, we would like to just go to the speakers, and I'll give them only 2 minutes each to respond to the questions. I think
Dr. Ali, you have one question. Will you kindly respond to? It's okay. You can just speak there, sir. Yeah.
Since I have background at national heritage, I will be requesting to make some statements.
I'm adding you another minute, so it's 2 minutes.
Okay, number one, my sister Joyce asked about, she's from, of course, they have been doing a lot of work on DGK
and awareness. How can we utilize digital tool and knowledge? You can use that for dissemination of information. What you really want to pass so that communities can benefit, stakeholders can benefit. And then digital tool like drone, for example, have been used to access some inaccessible areas. There's also a good opportunity. They're very useful in research, digital tool platform where you can access information which you are not able to access. Digital, so the only thing we need to be careful is about the ethics side, which my sister from UNESCO has really mentioned. I think as far as indigenous knowledge is concerned, at National Museum, actually this is our job, because I'm still very much attached to the National Museum by birth. So at National Museum, we have got Kenya Resource Indigenous Center. If this center needs to be strengthened, actually. This center needs to be strengthened through funding, through capacity building, through expansion of resources, because we had a vision to document all, indigenous knowledge is a whole world. There is traditional indigenous knowledge, there is the knowledge itself, information with elders, there is use of different genetic resources, whether animal, whether plant. So documentation is where we are failing, because it's a government department and they are not really supported, but they have very good plans and they know how to do that particular business. And at National Museum, you find the largest collections of indigenous material in this country. That is what I wanted to say, Chair. I thank you so much. I think let me stop here. Thank you, Dr. Ali. I would like to call upon, because the question on reciprocity was not specifically the person, I think it was a general question. So one person can pick that. Dr. Mumbo, if you could be able to pick that so that Dr. Kiola can respond to the question on the role of women and also the intergenerational information passing. Dr. Mumbo.
Thank you very much. I am glad to respond. I agree with the issue of ethical value-based education. And that's why we as Christian education, we impact the concept that, like the problem we have in Kenya now and the world over, is because of greed and people who are not wanted to live in ethical order. That's why we have corruptions, people who want to grab things. And in that aspect of grabbing things, that is what leads mostly to these conflicts and problems, people do not have internal peace. And by the way, that's why when you had me in my presentation that was read by Ashley, we said that everyone needs to encounter Christ that will change you internally, so that as on an individual basis, we will approach it when we have peace and reconcile with ourselves. Because one of the most disturbing problems is that most of us ignore the ethical part. And that's why as Christian institutions, we are embedding in our students and the local community the concept of accepting values, so that nobody would want to be greedy, nobody would want to take advantage of the other, and nobody would want to come into a place where you think your tribe or your ethnic or your race is what is important. And that's why we talk of the global community. We see ourselves as children of God. And how I pray that those who profess Christianity and even our Muslim brothers will live by the ethical codes that are provided for, both in the Bible and in the Quran, naturally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiela. On the missing link on women and gender in your presentation, and particularly focusing on the
unique role of faith-based institutions.
Thank you so much. Actually, I had two presentations. One was based on the role of the gaps in learning institutions program and dealing with peace building, and then I changed to what I focus on today. The role of Baraza and other traditional institutions in promoting peace. And to respond directly to that intriguing question, we note first that women in traditional societies were marginalized. But there have been calls from inclusiveness that women should be part of traditional institutions, because there are people also very, very seriously affected by violence and conflict. They should have a say in such forums and institutions. In the case of Baraza, there was not much participation of women because it was mostly male-dominant institutions, as it used to be in Africa. If we take the case of Gacaca in Rwanda, Gacaca emerged from the traditional Gacaca system, which were by leaders in communities in each mountain could, in each mountain could deal with issues that pertain to the well-being of welfare of society. But now, as Gacaca in its actual form, I think there was about 70% of women participated in the Gacaca. So this is a traditional institution which has been modernized to suit the needs of Rwanda in a post-genocide context. We have also another system like in Burundi, the Bashingantahe. So they even speak of Amon Fansoni would be a woman who qualified to be part of Obashingantahe, the same kind of institution like a Baraza. So there is a call, and that call has to be really taken into consideration when we see the scourge of violence and conflict and how it really affects women. I think those calls and those such reforms are needed to make our institutions more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kiela. And I think maybe one of the things that we can now start looking at in terms of recommendations
is the role of faith-based institutions of higher learning in deepening the practical participation of women in the areas of peace building, in the areas of advancing interfaith dialogue, and even in the areas of preservation of our cultural values towards building a harmonized society. Maybe those are some of the things that we can start thinking of as we go towards the area of recommendations. I can see Dr. Ali still holding his red microphone, but these are the junctures where we also become dictators of the time. I would like to request that we break for tea, unless Martha is saying that there is no tea. Who? Linus. Ah, is there. Ladies and gentlemen, is it possible to take only 10 minutes and come back? We can bring our tea? Come again? 15. Just because you are a lady, I'll make it 15. If it was your colleague asking, I would have said no. So please, can we come back at exactly 15 minutes to midday? You seem to be disgusted with 15 minutes. Okay. Oh, 11:30. Oh, my. Okay. Can we come back at exactly 11:30? Is that okay? And the person who has proposed 15 minutes, I'm holding you to whip people to come back. Okay, thank you so much.
Let's clap for them.
So is it working now? Good. Good morning once again, and we welcome each and every one of us to this second part of our engagement. I'll just go directly into the subject matter. We are going to have 3 presentations and 1 act. And these presentations will be guided by our 3 speakers. I'll just go ahead and introduce them with no particular order of priority. Our first speaker will be Dr. Niyonzima Theogene. Dr. Niyonzima is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for the Academics at the Adventist University of Central Africa. He is an academician, senior lecturer, consultant, researcher, and all in the areas of management, human resource management, project management, among others. Dr. Niyonzima has got 15 years of experience in academic and public sector as a lecturer and also a consultant and researcher. He is an external examiner at the University of Rwanda, College of Business and Economics, and University of Kigali, among others. He has worked with Norwegian People Aid from 2012 to 2015, and he has got skills in project management. Who is that? Who can't hear me? No, they had muted me. Now, you can hear me now? Thank you so much. Sorry about that. So I was just in the process of introducing Dr. Niyonzima. He's a member of various consultancy services, and for the 7 years, he has had a lot of experience in training, consulting, and research, that just as I've said. Dr. Niyonzima will be talking to us in the area of integration of peace education into course curriculum and engagement with local communities, and he will be bringing us a case study of Rwanda. Helen Kasoma, who is a lecturer at Uganda Christian University. He is a School of Social Sciences, Department of Public Administration and Governance. Helen has Masters of Public Management from University of Potsdam, German, German, and a Bachelor of Social Work and Social Administration, Uganda Christian University. Professionally, he has a Certificate of Advanced Studies in Public Governance and Administration, and Helen will be talking to us on the role of interreligious dialogue in promoting peace in Uganda, addressing religious extremism. Then Devin Gikonge. Devin Gikonge will be talking to us on the role of youth in peace building. Is a lecturer on peace and conflict studies, St. Paul's University, Limuru in Kenya. He has experience in resource mobilization, and he's a trainer of active nonviolence with religious women, and he has participated in many conferences and also facilitated several sessions in those conferences and workshops. He has taught in various institutions, including secondary schools, and for several years he has gained experience in the area of youth and peace building. In that order, I would like now to call upon Dr. Niyonzima. Dr. Niyonzima, you have got 15 minutes, and then we'll go to Ellen, also 15 minutes, and Gikonge, also 15 minutes. Please go ahead, Dr. Niyonzima. Can you hear us? Dr. Niyonzima, can you hear us? You are muted. Okay. Kindly just unmute and go ahead. Yes, go ahead. As he's sorting out his Ellen Kasoma. Oh, okay. My brother, pick it up.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you, Dr. Niyonzima. Go ahead. Go ahead, we can hear you now. Okay. Okay. As they sort it out, please just come and we continue. Ellen, we will start with Devin Gikonge, and then we come to you as we sort out the technical problem, because Devin is with us here. Yes, we can hear you. Just hold on. We are still sorting out, and then we come back to you.
Yes, good morning once again. No worry, it is science and technology which is somehow missing Daktari from Rwanda. Okay, my name is Devin Gikonge, as you have been told by the moderator, and I'm a lecturer in St. Paul's University in the Department of Social Sciences. and I'm teaching peace and conflict studies. Okay, now because the time is very small, 15 minutes, let me go direct to what I'm supposed to do. That I'm supposed to talk on the role of youth in peace building. This topic has been handled by so many people. I remember we had a high-level conference in 2019 in Nigigiri. There was a UN conference, and this was one of the topics. But I see the same information we handled. Still, it needs to be considered, to be continued, because some of the mistakes which are being done by the youth leaders and other people, it is repeated now and again. So youth has different definitions. It depends on how you perceive it. In our constitution here in Kenya, it is in between an age bracket. That's how you are considered to be either a youth or an elderly. But also in peace, there are so many ways we define peace, because of what they engage in. So I'm not going to engage in the divinations, but we can say youth, we can divine it now in terms of peace using physical, emotional, social maturation, identity, so that it can fit to what we are talking about. So in relation to that, youth are the pillars of nations. Youths are the pillars of nations. Now, because we want to build strong nations, that one tells us it is very important for us to make sure that the youth have been involved in peace building. So if they are not involved, we are not going to get farm nations which are going to make sure that there is peaceful coexistence amongst their people at the same time in different and relating with other nations. Okay, now peace building has also its definitions. I'm not going to define that one, but peace building is a continuous exercise of which its major thing is to promote peaceful coexistence, to avoid the erupting of conflicts of which maybe have been handled. The youth have a role in this, in the peace building. One of the things the youth can do, and somehow it has been done in our countries, build social cohesion and trust across different groups. I don't know, here in our country, is it last week, there was some kind of recruitment which was happening for the Kenya Defense Forces. You saw so many people aligned in the field, 7,000, and the positions which were being aimed to be recruited were below 500. So you see they are the majority. So if these people are not going to be used to promote social cohesion across different cadres, will be in problems. They can also open channels and spaces for youth from across diverse backgrounds, work together, and build a shared vision of a peaceful world. They can advocate, and somehow they are advocating for that one, for human rights, and against the violence in any form. Supporting reintegration of young ex-combatants and healing traumas of affected communities. They can also strengthen capacities and skills of their peers, advocate for youth and gender inclusive, peaceful negotiations and processes. So you can see the youth has so many, those are examples. They have quite a good chunk of roles in peace building. And I think we might be asking ourselves, why are these youth having so many roles to play in peace building? Okay, one of the reasons we might say is because maybe they are energetic, but me, I say it's because they are the pillars of the nations. And now because they are the leaders of the future, they are the pillars of the nation, they have a number of roles to play, and that's why it's very important. But now, the most important thing I wanted to look at, yes, we have seen they have roles. There are so many conferences which have been held, so many discussions around the roles of the youth. In universities, in schools, they have been taught on those roles. But still, we have so many conflicts, and whatever they are giving in peace building, they are doing in peace building, it does not yield a lot. So I want us to look at the barriers to youth participation in peace building. It's very important. Number one, we have an unwillingness by decision makers to institutionalize youth issues because of the yes man syndrome. Yes man syndrome is whereby you accept everything, especially because of vulnerability. And now this is from the political perspective. Most of the politicians are using this to make sure that the youth are vulnerable. And when now it comes to political campaigns, vying for leadership positions, now they are being used. We have a very good example here in our country. When it comes during elections, that's the time politicians remember that we have unemployed people. That's the time they remember we have hustlers. But immediately after the elections, that one has been forgotten. As we are talking, because of conflict between the opposition and the government, in our country here, there's so many youths now who are underground. When they were campaigning, they were using them to campaign. And the reason why they are being used is because of vulnerability. But immediately after someone else assumes to office, the story changes. Another barrier is some young people appointed to public offices are often, most of them, the youth who have been appointed to the office, they rely on the powerful leaders, their minds, the ideas conforms with those ones who are in power. I mean, they don't come up with the ideas. There is no way they can express the ideas so that at least whatever they want, it be taken into consideration, or whatever they want for themselves they want to be implemented, it be implemented. So the ideas are overtaken. We also have negative ethnicity and stereotyping, which is also a contribution. There's also a barrier into youth participation in this building. We have vulnerability. You saw the youths now, like now an example I've used, 7,000 people aligning for 350. Right now people are saying, no, this government has done wrong. Now because of their vulnerability, these politicians, the same politicians will come and tell them, I am going to do this and that. And now because they are vulnerable, there's nothing they will do. They will elect the same person to the office. They will forget. So vulnerability is also another thing which is really making young people to be left behind. And also there is that stereotyping of youth as perpetrators of violence. And now that one, it makes these people not to be seen, to be trusted, because they have been treated to be the actors of violence. We have also cultural practices, which also downplaying the role of the youth in the decision making. We have, when you are talking about the youth, you also have young men in a patriarchal society with the retrogressive cultural practices, which is also hindering decision making. Now, having looked at that one, the barriers, how can we improve? How can we change and improve the youth participation in this building? Okay, the moderator is warning me here. It's okay. Number one, good planning and policy to provide more space for the youth in the policy making. There should be a plan, there should be a framework which will also help these youth to make decisions. The structure of leadership should also be in such a way it should be streamlined so that it can consider the youth in some sections. More support should be accorded to the youth to contest some leadership positions. And also there is need to increase youth-based programs, conferences, workshops, and base building in order to capitalize on the youth. Now, my conclusion is the youths are the pillars of tomorrow, of nations. It is good we extend the conversation It is good to extend the conversation so that we create awareness for these youths, because if the youths are not going to stand and they are not going to act where they are expected to act, we will be having no nations. I conclude.
Let's give applause to Divin.
Thank you so much, Divin. Dr. Nyonzima, are you there now?
Yeah, good afternoon over there. I'm here.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
You have 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will try to manage. Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. I don't know the issue which happened, and we praise God that it has been solved. My name I'm Nyonzima Theogene. My presentation of peace education and course curriculum and engagement with local communities, a case study of Rwanda. And as far as high learning institutions are concerned, we have to integrate this peace training into our curriculum. And the experience of Rwanda is that everything, as the first presenters have done, it started with the arrival of religion in Rwanda. This is the content of what we are going to be discussing here. I think it started with the colonialism. That is the colonial period, which started from 85 to was under the colony of Germany. During the First World War, Germany lost, and we became a colony of Belgium. Everything started from there, and we were given ethnicities, which we were not having before. Rwanda is a country, is one country, one culture, and one language. And then we have so-called the three ethnies, Tutsis, Hutu, and Itwa. All of these ones, they came during that period where colonizers came. Initially, they started in 1900. That is when missionaries came in Rwanda with that mission of preaching and trying to bring a new God, which is the God we know today. And we were told in those days that there is a God which supersedes the other gods. That is how they all came. And then with this one, the first church which came to Rwanda, it was a Roman Catholic Church, which came in February that year. And they have started creating some educational systems, primary schools, high schools in those days. And later, after 4 years, Protestants came in to bring also some reforms about what we used to know as education. The mission was, again, to bring Christian education. And then later, there was a mixture of political and church laws, where priests play a significant role in influencing the country leadership until the kingship was banned or demolished in those days. And automatically, church was involved in creation of discrimination. And mass killing started in 1959 up to the genocide we have in 1994. All of these ones were influenced by the region. Okay, church leaders now, with their much influence on the population, they also attacked the kingship leadership. And then the propaganda continued until what happened in Rwanda after they have removed the king, what we called the first independence, which was given in 1962. It was there with the influence of the Catholic Church and where minority have gone. That one is what you have seen here, and it was challenging until this period. This period was characterized by lack of unity, where only we were having one public university, which was called the National University of Rwanda. At that time, it was created in 1964 without any other university. To have a place here to go to to study, it was a big problem. Only Hutus were eligible to go there based on who they are, not based on their qualification. My university, that is Adventist University of Central Africa, was the first private university and the first faith-based institution, which was created in 1979. Next year, we are celebrating 40 years of anniversary. We came to solve this problem, where those marginalized group, Tutsis and Twa, and the other poor people, especially who were not in the leadership of the country, were not allowed to go to school. So it came to solve this problem and also solve the problem of many countries which were using French at the time. This continued until 1994. And later, other universities joined. Today, we are counting 9 high learning institutions which are faith-based. And they have now a new direction of preaching peace, unity, and reconciliation in this country. These institutions, they are now inclusive, which is different from what used to be called the University of Rwanda at that time. All the students are accommodated regardless of their differences without any kind of discrimination. And these universities, they have different ways of doing it. Think that they are faith-based high learning institution. In Rwanda, they have a way to achieve this. That is, the main objective is to create a graduate who fears God. You may ask me how. The combination of what I have read from different resources or sources of information from these universities is that Christian universities or faith-based institutions, they want to produce a graduate who know that his achievements are God's gift for him, that he or she always make God first in his life or her life. He trusts in God's leading, that not only being led by what is going on in this world today. She gives glory only to God than any other thing. And then we are trying to bring the close relationship with God among our graduates. You may ask me how. The example is from Daniel chapter 1, verse 8. Daniel was what? He was physically fit. He was intellectually knowledgeable, mentally capable, skillfully employable. These are the qualities that we need to bring in our learning process as far as peace education is concerned. I try to call this one a graduate in biblical principle. These are qualities. And then a graduate also is trained in such a way that we have the heart for mission. What we are getting is to be able to sharing message of hope to divided communities, lovingly calling for repentance and peacemaking, proclaiming the message of judgment to evildoers, and then faithful in all endeavors until the end. This is someone has mentioned about the values. And then graduate of our high learning institutions, which are faith-based, they should be able to make a difference between what is wrong and what is right. They should know how to make right decisions in such a way what is evil, and what is good is good. This is the first course we teach, which is Christian ethics or Bible principles. They should dare to be different from the world. They should be taking risk for God's sake and humanity saving. They should be agents of good change and community as far as service provision is concerned. They should believe what they know, they practice, and what they practice, they believe until they bring truth and justice in all activities they do. In every subject then, I'm going to be practical. There is what we teach, all of these ones are implemented in what we are calling our curriculum. Why? Because why combine all of these ones, the students are eligible to go and solve the problems of the community because they have these skills. Our graduates, they should be graduate who fears God, graduate of biblical principles, and a graduate who have that mission to go and change the world. There are some practicals about what we do here. We have the vision. The vision is that we have to teach our students that God is the creator and the sustainer of the universe, which is the source of true knowledge. When we do not take care of this one, they will think that all knowledge is knowledge, and then they will be disoriented. We have a mission that is like a case study where we say our mission is Christ-centered, which means Jesus is the source of peace. While this mission is given to them, and this vision is there to make them to go outside and make a global impact. That is building peace. How do we do this? We share with them beliefs and values, which help them mentally, spiritually, socially, and physically. All of them, they have to get this kind of values. The first one is love. Actually, we have a conflict everywhere because love is missing. And then we try to make sure that in the expression, courtesy, hospitality, shared values, communications, loving one, regardless of ethnicity, gender, and other considerations, should be there. Today, we are counting more than 1,000 international students who come because there is no segregation from the tuition fee. All of them, they pay the same salary. Why? Because we have gone far to remove all kind of discriminations. How do we do this one? To make sure that love is there, we have what you call outreach programs, where we feed sick people in the hospitals, we visit them, prisoners, and even we preach to them. That is how many of them they have been baptized, so that they go back to the society changed and ready to serve the nation. The faith is expected. And then integrity, we are trying to make sure that all the students, they get this quality of integrity in all whatever they do, so that they create a trust from all aspects of life. And then this one is also among the core values, respect. Wars or conflicts will come because people, they do not cherish this value of respect. And then compassionate and care. This is also an attribute which is there to help us to make sure that everything is done. There cannot be peace if there is no fairness and justice in treatment of the students. All of them, they are included in what we should understand as peace, education, inclusion or integration in curriculum. All of these six will lead automatically to what we can call excellence. You can be excellent hardly if the other six values are missing. There are some practical case studies we can learn from Rwanda first-based higher learning institutions. Many of us, we are offering degrees in laws and conflict management programs. We are conducting research and hosting seminars and conferences on peace and conflict resolution. We are receiving public lectures where the Human Rights Commission goes to every university and every semester to make sure that the human rights are known, and then clubs are made to make sure that in every university, human rights are obeyed. Some universities, they have what we call Center for Conflict Management in different colleges of arts and social sciences. Why? Because knowledge gap should be filled. You should know what is genocide, what is peace, conflict studies, and then what can do after. These are all elements that, about what we do. And after the students have learned all of this one, they have to go to their villages. The village is the basic unit of administration we have here, where they will go to preach from home communities in order to avoid any kind of violence, any kind of abuse, especially domestic one. Rwanda has adopted what we call evening for parents. Evening for parents means what? A husband and wife in the village, they will sit. These are like 10 families sitting together to solve the family issues which may be between them. and they should share the experiences. Those who are living in peace, they train others to live in peace, because you can't hide a burning house. And then we also have created public lines where every negative act is reported to the universities, as also to the local government and central government. Okay, that is what is there. We are trying to fight any kind of gender and sexual abuse, because all of these ones, they may be present in universities. Laws against the crimes and law enforcement committees are around higher learning institutions. And mostly, you know that Rwanda has been receiving some refugees or immigrants from Libya. We are going to visit them, and we do what? We teach them, and we tell them, we give them experience of what happened in Rwanda and how we solved it, and what young people can do. We are building houses for needy families as universities, so that we preach in practice. All of these ones, they are there just to shape us and to make sure that we give our significant contribution to the conflict resolution. First, by way forward, first, better than higher learning institutions, they play significant role in reducing all of this. However, quality education cannot be achieved if there is no love, peace, justice, fairness, and all of those other values. High learning curriculum should include courses that introduce learners to source of nature, functions, cause of disputes, conflict, and all of these ones. In Rwanda, the level of reconciliation is very high, and we are now Center for Preaching and Teaching what is good and what is bad to be avoided. And then we should make sure that our curriculum are considering God as the owner of the human race, and that the human race is sacred. That is about his life. I can't conclude without stating this statement, which says the greatest want of the world today is the want of men who will not be bought or sold, men who in their inmost souls are true and honest, men who do not fear to call sin by its right name, men whose conscience is as true to duty as the needle to the pole, men who will stand for the right though the heavens fall. This is a quotation from Ellen G. White, Book of Education, page 57 to 58. These are some references for my little presentation. I want to thank you for the occasion given to me. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Nzima, for
Nzima.
giving us those practical illustrations of what's going on in Rwanda. We'll be able to engage also with the participants in terms of questions and areas of further clarification. I would like now to welcome Ellen, if you can hear us. Please go ahead, 15 minutes. Are you there? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, they're trying to sort it out. They are trying to sort out the problem. It's okay now? Yeah, you can share now. Just try again. What message are you getting? What message are you getting when you try to share? Oh, so it could be a technical problem on your side, but just go ahead and speak to us.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No, it is blank. But just go ahead and speak. Oh yeah, there you are. Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Helen. I've already been introduced. Say much about myself. Today, I'm going to share with you on the topic, the role of interreligious dialogue in promoting peace in Uganda, addressing religious extremism. And for this particular part of the topic of addressing religious extremism, I will refer to my institution, which is Uganda Christian University, as a case for reference. Uganda is religiously a diverse country with many religions. So generally the population in Uganda is multi-faith. However, Uganda is still faced with crime and injustice. It's faced with unresolved land conflicts, natural disasters like floods, which force the population or people out of their places or to move away from where they reside. And so they find themselves in places where they have to compete for resources like land. And then Uganda is still facing small arms and light weapons, post-election clashes, and many other challenges that usually lead to conflict and disagreements amongst communities. However, Uganda still has interreligious and ecumenical interactions, and so I'm going to dwell much on what role and ecumenical interactions have played in the
Voice is lost.
I think she has frozen. Helen, are you there? You are muted. We can't hear you.
Was it from the beginning or it just went off?
No, right from the screen, the interreligious dialogue. Just pick it up from there.
Okay, just here, right? Where I am now.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I was explaining that I was saying that I'm going to take time to explain the concept of interreligious dialogue just briefly, and also to note that interreligious is sometimes referred to as interfaith dialogue, and is about people of different faiths coming to a mutual understanding and respect that allows them to live and cooperate with each other in spite of their differences when it comes to faith. Also, the term refers to cooperative and positive interactions between people of different religious traditions or faith, and this can be at an individual level or institutional level. So each party remains true to their own belief, but while respecting the right of the other to practice their faith freely. And for peace, I have brought here a few explanations of what peace means, and later we shall know that actually peace is not just the absence of war, but rather a condition that ensures justice and social stability through formal and informal institutions, practices, and norms, And for this to be complete, there should be several conditions that should be met or reached. One of them being balance of political power among the various groups within a society, a region, and also, of course, most ambitiously, the world. Okay, and also there should be legitimacy for decision makers and implementers of decisions in the eyes of their respective group, as well as those of external parties, okay, who should be duly supported through transparency and accountability. And then there should be recognized and values independent relationships among groups, fostering long-term cooperation during periods of agreement, disagreement, normality, and crisis. That whatever period that it is in the community, that really there should be independent relationships among groups. Reliable and trusted institutions for resolving conflicts, reliable in such a way that they are not one-sided, one-sided maybe on tribe, religion, ethnic background. There should also be sense of equality and respect in sentiment and in practice within and without groups and in accordance to international standards. And also there should be mutual understanding of rights, interests, intents, and flexibility despite incompatibilities. I had already said this, that really peace is not just the mere absence of war or hostilities, but rather peace should be peace should be when all these about 5 items that I've already mentioned that are in place. Religious extremism generally means the use of internalized religious ideas, ideals, theories, and knowledge to justify rectifying grievances, real or perceived. This can be at social, political, or religious level. And any behavior or attitude or belief outside the norm of religious beliefs or practices, and the absolute religious truth, and also inflexibility in religious interpretation. Religious extremism becomes dangerous when there's very strong conviction held by believers that they alone hold God's ultimate and exclusive truth, that nobody else is correct about the truth that comes with knowing God, but only that particular group, okay? And also about the group knowing that they are the only righteous human beings with the righteous lifestyle in a righteous society in general. I'd like now to dwell into the role of interreligious dialogue in promoting peace, with particular reference to Uganda, here where I am. And I want to explain that the Interreligious Council of Uganda is a faith-based organization that has continuously been involved in dialogue with the government and other stakeholders to work towards peace in Uganda. Also, I want to emphasize that this Interreligious Council is a combination of many faiths or religions. One of them, there are about 9, I'll mention a few. The Roman Catholic Church in Uganda, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council, the Church of Uganda, that is commonly known as Anglican, the Uganda Orthodox Church, Seventh-day Adventist Church, Uganda Union, the Born Again Faith in Uganda, the National Alliance of Pentecostal and Evangelical Churches in Uganda, and the Uganda Orthodox Church. This Interreligious Council of Uganda works with other religious organizations, okay, that I have not really mentioned here, but in future, as the discussion goes on, we are going to understand, to see that indeed they don't work in isolation. And also, the Interreligious Council of Uganda as a body that has all faith-based, that has all religions and also works with different faith-based organizations, has gone ahead to work with grassroots forums that sometimes are already in place or for some that have been initiated and formed by the Interreligious Council of Uganda itself. So here I have some of the forums that the Interreligious Council of Uganda has worked with to bring peace in different regions of Uganda and Uganda in general. And I have come up with just 3 of them for this particular presentation here, and also in the interest of time. The first one is actually Religious Leaders Peace Initiative that was majorly formed to end the war that was in northern Uganda, and particularly in Gulu, where a rebel
Ellen, you're frozen. You've got 3 minutes to go.
that really brought to the end of the LRA, the Lord's Resistance Army rebel group that was fighting the Ugandan government. The Elders Forum that was clashes of 2016 here in Uganda, and then the Joint Leaders Peace Forum that that had been faced with armed rebels also fighting the civilians. The UJCC is another arm that is involved with interreligious dialogue and promoting peace in Uganda. So both UJCC and IRCU have been involved in conflict transformation, mediation, negotiation, democracy and good government, and all this is usually being worked towards peace in the country. Particularly now, I'd like to briefly talk about the contribution of Christian institutions in addressing religious extremism in reference to Uganda Christian University. Number one, Uganda Christian University is a church-founded university administered by the Church of Uganda. And one way of really addressing religious extremism is that UCU does not recruit staff based on religious belief. As long as you have the qualifications, if you're Muslim, Catholic, Orthodox, the university will hire you. And also when it comes to admitting students, we do not discriminate. We admit every student who is qualified. And we have taught students in our classrooms who are Muslims and have their veils on, but we still appreciate them and incorporate them in our classes. Leadership at UCU is not based on religious belief. Again, as long as you have the qualifications, you can be the dean, you can be the DVC academic affairs, you can be the head of department. Again, as a way of addressing religious extremism, Uganda Christian University has a Bishop Tucker School of Theology that trains theologians or trains priests who go out there not on what they believe is correct, but what it is that is researched and proven to be the right way of teaching the word of God, not to go to the very extreme where you think that you're the only right person and you're the only righteous, you have the only righteous word, but rather to understand the word of God and to know that God is a peaceful God and God accepts everybody. We have compulsory foundation courses, one of them being understanding Christian ethics, and our students are taught Christian ethics as they go out to work in different places in relation to what it is that the world views about what they are going to do. There's a relationship between the Christian ethics that we teach here and then we relate it to world views that are out there. And then also the Old Testament is taught to the students to understand it from a perspective of what it is that is in the Bible, not what sentiments are out there about the Bible. And it's both the Old Testament and the New Testament. My recommendations for have a better interreligious dialogue and promote peace while limiting religious extremism is that we should have continuous training and capacity building for religious leaders, particularly in the area of advocacy, negotiation, mediation, and team building. Facilitation and funding of interreligious dialogue programs, and then religious leaders are encouraged to use social media to preach and share messages of peaceful coexistence, forgiveness, moral and spiritual integrity. Religious leaders should stay away from preaching and sharing messages that injure or threaten individuals, groups, and societies. Interreligious dialogue can be an excellent way towards peace in society. Religious leaders should continue working with governments, other faith-based organizations, NGOs, media, and other well-intentioned individuals to promote peace in society. And given proper training, religious leaders can become strong advocates for peace and reconciliation societies that have been faced with challenges of war, hunger, unresolved land conflicts, and so many others, and religious extremism in general. I thank you for listening to me, and I'm happy that my network has been okay, and now I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Let us give all the speakers a round of applause. Yeah, thank you all, and we
hope and pray that you'll be with us after the last presenter so that we can engage on questions. The next session by Wangui Kimani. Wangui Kimani will be bringing to us what is known as spoken word. Yesterday I was asking whether some words are not spoken, but she will be able to demonstrate to us how spoken word peace is. Wangui, you will also introduce yourself. All right.
Hello. Mkwaje. My name is Wangui Kimani, and this is a wonderful day. It's the International Day of Peace. Just turn to your neighbor and ask them. Turn to your neighbor. I can see you turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, are you at peace with yourself? That's where it all begins. Wamejibu, are you at peace with yourself? Kama hajajibu, just think about it. Are we ready? Spontaneous? All right. Just a minute. All right. Just a minute. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm a creative entrepreneur. I write and perform poetry. I have done culinary arts professionally, not practicing at the moment. But yes, if you need a poet, I am here. Yes. Art for change. Amaniaje. Yeah. Ready? Okay. I've been writing to you on black writing pads with a red pen. I see rivers running red, breathing people dead. To the people that we lost to your absence, ignorance that took away our children, rules that bound us to slavery, accumulated fear that silenced our people, unsaid words, the suffering of man brought by man, greed, pretense. You're probably wondering. So let me ask, are we more intentional about the things that we do? Are we willing to wear the shoes and walk the talk? Or are we fascinated by the idea of being in boardrooms and getting per diems? Tell me, how did we get here? To your neighbor again, mwambie ilianza na sisi. Ilianza na sisi. Time yenye kasisi alipreach maji, then jioni alikuwa maji. akapoteza wafuasi kaa sisi, tukaachwa in confusion. Sahi hatujui kama church ni place ya worship ama ni place sheep ziko in war. Temenye employer alipromise employee dishi, then jioni akataa na utukuu afisi. Temenye karao alikosa kuenforce law, akaforce issues, innocent souls wakakosa kuishi. Temenye wewe ulipea karao kitu kidogo, yet una expect change kubwa. Kwambia wafuasi wakibisha mlango itafunguliwa, yet sisi wenyewe tunapitia backdoor. Ilianza na nani? Ilianza na sisi. To be a good student, I didn't know. When I was growing up, I just wanted to be second due to a chant that we used to say as kids. First is the last, second is the best, and third is the rotten egg. I didn't want to be first or third, no. I wanted to be second. Children can be cruel as well. Who says that that is a rotten egg? Of lecture halls, I look around and wonder, what has brought all these people together? What drives you? And you and you? Is the speed the same? Do you ever collide? And if you collide, how do you deal with collision? Do we ache for the same things? Of course not. Or maybe not. But of auction places, I'm glad you don't exist. You're not given to the highest bidder, you're given to everyone. The poor, the rich can afford you, so valuable, yet so free. There are days when people dress white for you. I prefer to color block. Different colors, but one people. Different colors, but what? But one people. Again to your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, do you ever collide? Do you ever collide? How do you deal with collision? That's your take home. Wangui Kimani.
Thank you so much, Wangui Kimani. And Wangui actually wraps it up for all of us. We don't even need to summarize all what the speakers have said, because Wangui Kimani brings to us values, the essence of values and social responsibility and accountability. Wangui Kimani brings to us questions of what makes us do what we do, why we do them, and with whom we do them. Those are the questions from the spoken. Did you say spoken word? I'm still trying to graphically illustrate this, the unspoken word. Okay? Spoken word. Okay. I hope they have gotten it. I would like to open this space. And because of time again, we just want to see questions that will come from both those who are here and those who are online. Let me get 3 hands. And okay, those who are managing our online platform, are there questions online? So that we don't keep people frustrated. Just a second. There is? Sure. Okay. Please, let me have 2, then 3. So let's start. Oh, okay. Now that there are so many here, let's start from these sides. Let's start from these sides and then we come here. So 4 people and then we get responses. And please, again, I've already appreciated the presenters. So just go direct to our questions.
Thank you, Chair. This is Ali. My question is to David. David, as you clearly indicated that the youth have challenges of vulnerability, and what that is causing. How can we fix this vulnerability problem?
that the youth are exposed to, because it's everything. If you're able to, if you make them strong, that means they will be able to resist any manipulation. So that is one question. Number two, for example, I want to talk from a Muslim youth perspective. Muslim community, globally speaking, have had its shares, whether it is Al-Shabaab and its threats, or the ISIS in the Middle East. The major driver is ignorance about religion. What is the role of the religious institution on this matter? Where the role of the scholars? Let me not ask another third question because it will turn into a lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. So those questions are from David. No. Bring this and
So we start with her, then Martha. Did I see your hand, and then yourself?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Mine are comments and questions. Start first with
The question, the discussion on youth. And I think for us as the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO and UNESCO at large, we accept that youth is a period of transition between dependency and independence. Because of that, there is an emerging phenomena of something a colleague of ours who is now elsewhere in a different station coined, known as a youth man or the youth woman. To contextualize it, when we say youth are people between 15 and 35, and we have all sorts and manner of programs targeted at them to help them become independent, what happens to the 36 and above, or the 35 and above, who are still dependent? We are increasingly seeing people who even marry while in their mothers' and grandmothers' homes and fathers' homes. They don't seem to have a sense of independence insofar as their livelihood is concerned. And they are not few, they are many. They are very, very many. So I think even for us as actors and practitioners in the youth space, we need to be cognizant of these youth men and women who are emerging, because they are critical mass and enlarging. Number two, youth. Youth, when I was growing up, I used to hear my parents say, when we were in school, we'd leave school and find jobs waiting for us. When I left school, there was no job waiting for me. I had to get the yellow page, go into the yellow pages looking for companies aligned to what I had studied, make an application. I never got a job.
Some young people present in this room may not even understand what is yellow page.
Oh, let me explain what a yellow page is. It was a book, a very voluminous book, and it was A4 size. It was the size of a reel of printing paper that used to have the address of everyone in the country that had either a telephone or a post office box, including organizations and companies. So that was what yellow pages or telephone directory was. So that's how we would call people using the landline. You know that thing that has a code and buttons and you turn it around? That was how we would make phone calls. We must accept the challenges of youth are compounded today. There are so many youth, the opportunities are not there for them. So we must appreciate that and acknowledge it. Even as we tell youth, go forth and look for these opportunities, must acknowledge that there are 350 jobs and 7,000 youth will show up. So we must acknowledge that and figure out a solution for that. I don't have a solution. But for the youth, leverage on technology. Leverage on technology. Where the rest of us fail to leverage on technology, I am probably in a job, but maybe a young person who is given the same job and has leverage on technology will do better. So leverage on technology. Leverage on those things that other age brackets, other generations don't leverage on. That is where you find your place and growth.
When it comes to the presenter on education and curriculum development, I would have loved to hear a bit more about what the curriculum and context is insofar as peace education is concerned, from pre-primary to secondary. It's well and good when it's institutional in institutions of higher learning, but I think by the time this person is getting to university, they should have gone through some value-based, religious-based education from when they join school at the age of 3 or 4. That would be good. But I really love the challenge of dare to be different from the world, make the right choices, and be agents of change. Last but not least, it's this question of religious extremism. Let me start with religious dialogue. We do not see enough awareness creation on religious dialogue. What I mean is, if I go today online or to look for publications you'll find, but if I go online to see practical examples of religious dialogue, there's very little of that. And I think that's a gap and an opportunity for actors in that area. Secondly, religious extremism, I think in the case of Kenya, from the definition that was given, we recently, and I'm still going through the after effects of Shakahola. And I want to believe Shakahola fits the description that was provided here. And I am not saying, I don't fully understand it. Let me start by that disclaimer. I don't fully understand it. But I want to ask a question to the experts who are here today, including the presenter. What is the difference between Shakahola type experiences and what we refer to as martyrs? What is the difference? What is the difference between a martyr, as we know them in our religious circles, and what we have seen in Shakahola? Thank you very much.
Thank you
so much
for the valued comments and final questions. Martha, please.
I really enjoyed the presentation, but I wanted us to, we are looking at the faith-based university in East Africa, and looking at his presentation vis-a-vis the presentation made by Dr. Lee on the Adventist Church, SDA. I liked the fact that in Rwanda, they standardize fees across board, irrespective of whether you're in Rwandese or whether you are from any other country. And I was wondering, do they share some of the best practices at an Adventist university with their counterpart universities in, let's say, Kenya? For instance, Baraton. You know, Baraton is also from the Adventists. So do they share the same policies or not? And this one is not only for the Adventist institutions, but also for the Catholic institutions. Because here we are represented by Kenya University, Tanzania is here. So what are some of the best practices that they have? Do they share it amongst themselves, or do they hold on to what they share?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Last question.
Thank you and good afternoon once again. So I just have three very short questions. The first one is on the presenter. I think it's Mr. Dibin who made the presentation of the youth. I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment, it's one of those. But when we talk about, there's so many conversations about youth vulnerability, youth need this, youth need that. I think maybe it's about, is it not about time that the youth actually occupy in most African jurisdictions, they are the majority, right? So they already have the numbers. So when we talk of vulnerability, what exactly are we referring to? And is it possible I come from a mediation background, and one of the things we do with parties is empower the ones who are not empowered instead of making them victims. Yeah. And one of the ways you do that is by involving them in things we need to become a youth. So we need to be participating in some of these conversations and not people having the conversations for us. And then it's a trickle effect. Every group of people, every person knows what they really need, what is really good for them. So I think if it comes from them, then it will be more effective as opposed to having conversations in boardrooms as our the lady who made the presentation on spoken word said, and then having the trickle effect. So let's maybe rethink how we can engage the youth actively. Let's say what we want. And it changes with every generation. That transfer of we used to do this, now you can do this. It can't work. It can't work. The challenges are different today. Yeah. So the other thing is a question on the presenter on curriculum. When we talk about peace, do we ever stop to think about inner peace? Because the real problem in our world today is that there are hurt people hurting others. And so maybe it's about time we expand our scope of how we think about peace, such that peace starts with me. When I am at peace, how do I sort of treat the issues that I have so that I don't transfer that pain to other people and I become more effective? So we have a world where people are hurting others. The peace builders, the ones who are seated here, we are hurting people, going to transform others, and we're passing on that, yet we're the ones supposed to be intervening. So is there something on inner peace that people can be helped with? The other thing is now a comment on, I think traditionally, when we have these conversations, we normally use an up-down approach, where we come and discuss, make policies, make curriculums, and then implement on the ground. I think it's about time that maybe now we're talking as academic institutions and institutions that train and do this work. How about we go to these communities that we want to impact? Find out what do these people really need, and then take that upwards now. And now build it from a knowledge perspective and try and see how you're able to address that. So I think that should be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
There's
a hand here, the last one, and then
what I'll do is just to give our speakers 2-3 minutes to wrap it up, including responding to specific questions directed to them. But some of them are comments and recommendations. Please go ahead. Good afternoon.
Questions that always force other questions to come up, and that's what we decided to open my mind this side. My question is going to the presenter, the role of the youth, that I saw from these slides there were workshops, trainings, and things like that. We don't have enough time to explain all of it. But I want to ask, we only talk about peace in this youth when we're doing the trainings and the workshops, or we supplement the training and other things? Because I am a founder of a project called Nuba Youth, working the path of peace and non-violent actions in Sudan. And what I've noticed is that we cannot just tell them, don't fight, don't raise, avoid this. You will always bring the question of, we are doing this because we want something, we want to eat. We only focus on the aspect, or we also look at the empowerment, creating opportunities for those youth. What we do, I feel like the training cannot go without the part I'm talking about, the empowerment. So I saw his slides, they were mentioning workshops and trainings about? Do we only go in front of people and tell them, look, very bad, slap somebody, or return a slap? What is the alternative? How do we sustain that peace? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would just
like
like to start
again
with
the order of the
the speakers.
Dr.
Dr.
Nyonzima,
Nyonzima,
there was a question on the area of curriculum and some comments. I hope you captured them. If it's possible with you, sir, if you can pick it up from there, just within 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Are you still there?
Are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you for those questions and the comments. I'm starting with the one who asked about how the curriculum is from nursery, primary, and high school before they join universities. I think it is the common practice for first-based institutions. Universities came later after primary and high school have been there, and the practice is the same. Remember what I have said. I have said we have to create a curriculum that that opens the mind of the students or the learners about what they can achieve in their lives. I have said they have to make God first, trust in God. I have to have a relationship with God, and when I have a relationship with God, automatically that relationship will be also among ourselves. For the practice that we have, especially for Adventist universities, we have a church regulatory body, which is called the Adventist Accreditation Association. The best practices we share, they are included in 12 areas or in 12 standards that they come to audit every 5 years. So they are shared. They are everywhere. And these universities is a network of more than 120 universities, which are there just to make sure that Adventist education is contributing to the society. The aim of all of this one, you know, there are a lot of universities is to teach, to do research, and to give to community. All of these ones, they are given to them in terms of corporate social responsibilities, and mostly Christian values. That is what I'm talking about. These Christian values, they are taught from every academic year. There are some courses that are there to tell us what we should do and how we should do it. As far as specificity about peace courses is concerned, there are some particularities, and we make sure that before the students graduate, they must take like 6 courses related to communities. We have the faculty of nursing, the faculty of medicine, and the other laws. They all go to the society for clinical, what I can say, clinical placements, where they have to develop some projects, and they have to educate the communities about they should live. The inner peace is very important. Remember what I've talked about, the value of respect. This value of respect is very key. And it starts with me. And if I'm not having a peace from my house, I can't take peace practices to my universities. Everything starts with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nyonzima. I would like now to go to Ellen on the issue of religious extremism getting more attention than religious dialogue. And if it is within your ability, you may also be able to address the question whether what happened in Shakahola, Kenya is different from the question of Mataba. Are you still with us?
Hello, is that my question? This is Ellen.
Yes, that is your question.
Oh, thank you. Yes. My response or comment to the question is that with particular reference to the Shaka Hollers incident, where believers were instructed to go without food to meet Jesus. Depending on where you are, you can explain it different from really martyrdom, like what happened here in Uganda when the Uganda martyrs were killed. Now, for this particular incident of Shaka Holler, in my presentation, I advised or emphasized that religious leaders should go ahead and teach communities and the people in schools, like at the university, to read and what it is that is in the Old Testament, what is that is in the New Testament. But when you find yourself in the hands of such a leader, is coming from, okay, who they are, which book they are referring to convince you that you can only meet Jesus if you go hungry for these particular days. And that may not only be done in institutions of higher learning, but also on social media. Religious leaders take time to teach the population on what it is that is really about Jesus Christ, who he is. That is for the Christians. Then for the Muslims, should teach what exactly their faith is about. So that when somebody is pushed by maybe emotions or not understanding the word of God, then they are easily challenged because the community or the population has
I think Ellen is having some challenges, but I think we can still continue in this conversation, particularly the angle between religious extremism and religious dialogue. Then we can continue. Jillian?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you conclude, please?
Oh, I was saying that for the particular question on the Shakahola incident, my submission is that religious leaders should take time to continuously educate the population, maybe by using social media or in institutions of higher learning. It should be clear on what it is that the word of God says about believers. That way, if a leader, a religious leader says, please go hungry for these particular days and then meet Jesus Christ, then you are able to challenge because you have information on how you will meet Jesus Christ. That will not be about going hungry for particular days. So what my major submission here is that the population should be informed of if they have a particular faith. If you're an Anglican, take time to understand what Anglican is about. If you're a Muslim, Muslims should understand what their faith is about so that they are not misled by leaders who have not understood the word that they are preaching. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Maybe just to add on to that, in terms of the Shakahola situation cannot be taken as being a matter.
Yeah,
because you find different matters when they were being persecuted. The primary goal was not to see Jesus.
Yeah. They were persecuted for not accepting.
Yeah, none of them actually died in order to see Jesus.
Yeah, that's true.
Most of them, if not all, actually died because of protecting the faith
Yes.
and rejecting what was evil
Yeah, that's
and
true.
standing on the ground against the persecutors' ideologies. So, by the way, let me tell you, particularly for those who are Christians, nobody should die in order to go and see God. That should not be the primary goal. Yeah, the primary goal is do good on this earth. For those who are Christians, even the
the prayer, our Lord's Prayer. It doesn't tell us to God wait for us in heaven. He said, give us bread, our daily bread, and make this peace as it is in heaven. So don't die so to see God. That is not the challenge. Actually, in Christianity, some people, according to my understanding, there's a thin line between stupidity and belief. Yeah, there's a thin line between stupidity and belief and ignorance. So remember Daniel in the Old Testament. He tells King Nebuchadnezzar that I will not worship your God, and I believe my God will help me. But even if he doesn't help me, I will not worship your God. You see, so standing against what is contemporaneously challenging and rejecting it with the totality is different from. In fact, my Muslim brother here, we'll also talk about those who put themselves with some grenades here, and then when they die, they believe that they are going to get how many virgins? Now, let me ask you, where do you need the virgins? Do you need them here on earth or in heaven? This is where the virgins are supposed. Okay, please. Take the microphone there. Yeah, but I hope that. Yeah.
Very well. Let's say amen, because I've seen they have done some preaching. Okay, the question I've been asked is the vulnerability. Yes, I said most of the politicians and the elite group, they want to take the advantage of the vulnerability of the youth. Okay, very well. Yes, I talked about meetings, workshops, as part of helping the youth. But what I meant, those workshops, they are meant to give some kind of education to this youth after they have been empowered economically on how they can be self-independent, so that the politicians don't take advantage of them. Normally they take advantage of them because they are not independent. They don't have anything. But now if they are empowered economically, and being empowered economically is through adopting some policies and practices which will promote the empowerment, the economic empowerment these youths have engaged in. And some of the economic empowerment, I mean, through some projects, something which can make the youth earn a living, not be idle, and at the same time air out their voice, because now we have some kind of power because they are independent. So vulnerability, the way Dr. Adam asked, we can remove this, we can remove this one by adopting policies and practices which at the same time provide an enabling environment which will make this youth be empowered economically. So in so doing, I think we can do away with vulnerability.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm tempted to close this. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Sorry, at the risk of.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, please, 1 minute.
I come on, I'm working on eggshells here.
But we sat and we decided, and from the conversation that I'm hearing, we've decided that there are only two religions across the world because we are approaching this issue of peace and conflict in terms of Christianity and Islam. Yet we are pushing out 4,000 in the world. I know there are about 4,000 other religions. So for me, I feel like this conversation is leaning towards more of preaching per se, but you're not like thinking in terms of what actually religious-based institutions can do to address this. And look at it from where I said, let me just give some little bit of insight. 1 minute should be enough. Religion is about looking at values and about promoting societal issues. It's about ensuring that human rights are upheld. It's about how it can play is about ensuring human rights are upheld, ensuring there's no injustice. And I feel like we should lead this conversation towards including any other religion across the world. For example, I was someone last week and they asked, what about the Chinese? Or what about these other people who they have really good practices, but they don't subscribe to the same religion that I do as Joyce Kimani. I'm a Christian, by the way. So I'm looking at, we should have a conversation about all religions and how they can propagate peace. I'm going to give one example of how.
Please.
Very shortly.
Please.
Very shortly. It will take 2 sentences. 2 sentences. So you see, someone told me, I was in Garissa, and someone told me the way this Garissa attacks ended was something like the Muslim community started coming to protect the Christians when they were praying. And that is an example of how this religion can support the other religions in terms of building peace. So that's how we no longer hear attacks in the visa. So let's have a conversation into not a particular religion, but we look at it as an institution. Thank you.
Yes, please, Dr. Adel, 1 minute. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Chair. Number one, Chair, what we are struggling with, youth. It's not a new thing in humanity history. If we only bite the bullet to stop corruption, the problem of youth will be resolved or can be resolved. In Islamic history, we had an era where poverty was eliminated. Nobody was available to accept any charity. We have that history. And then in one of the countries in the Middle East, North African countries, the youth were becoming extremist. And then the guys were asked, what is the problem? Oh, they are just too idle, they work on a job. The government developed a program to engage the youth, and you have never had them being engaged in activity. It is the idleness that kills. Number two, Chair, it is important that I need to mention this. In the history of the Rwandan genocide, the Muslims played a critical role in protecting the Christian neighbor. I wish Professor could have made that statement. And a lot of such good history is also happening during these Al-Shabaab menaces in northern Kenya. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to close this session. Thank you, Dr. Adam, for that submission. I would wish to make these submissions as we close. Number one, as we discuss the role of faith-based institutions of higher learning, it's poignantly clear that we must come out of our comfort zones and create platforms where we discuss issues that affect the society. The question by our sister, the issue of Shakahola and how it relates to maternalness, is something that the faith-based institutions of higher learning can be able to do a research on it, do publication, create awareness, because this is how we are going to ensure that we do not only churn out graduates, but we also influence and impact on the societal behaviors and perceptions. submission number one. Number two, on the issue of youth and vulnerability, it is very true that it has been said over and over and over again. My brother has spoken about the issue in Sudan and even South Sudan. How many practical peace-building actions have been taken in the youth? How many economic empowerment projects have been taken in there? The question is, do we link knowledge and practice? Because you can empower young people, give them millions and invest. And if they do not have skills, technical knowledge on how to manage their relationships, if they do not have skills and technical knowledge on how to prevent and manage conflict, because conflicts will always be there, that empowerment will be the main source of violence. So the two must go together in terms of vulnerability prevention. The other thing about policies, we do not have to just develop policies, but we must ensure that they are adequately implemented. The last one, which was not answered, the relationship between religious extremism and religious dialogue. Why do we keep on more emphasis on religious extremism than religious dialogue? Let me tell you, my sister. If you want to be known in this world, be a bad person. Be a bad person, you'll be known. More often than not, we know places in this world because of catastrophe. Who knew that there's another country which is being contested between Azerbaijan and Armenia, that small country. But because there's a crisis there, it is trending now. So our human mind is wired in such a way that we are more likely to engage on issues of negativity than positivity. That's why there is a lot of conversation about religious extremism than religious dialogue. It is the high time that we change the narrative. And where is the role? The role of faith-based institutions of higher learning. That is my submission. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, both those who are here and those online. I would like us to agree on what time do we meet here. It is, what time is it now? You know, I'm always very democratic. The only place I'm not democratic at is my house. Because I'm the one providing, everybody must listen to me. Here, I'm not providing anything. So what time do we come back? At 2 o'clock? 2 p.m. Okay? Now, yeah, 30 minutes food is enough. Now, this lady is trying to give me a role which I cannot play. Please, let you come and deal with your man. Please, my sister will be our chief whip here. Yes, yes. Okay. After she has made the announcement, please let's just walk down. I think food is down. Ground floor. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Maybe add lunch to 40 minutes. You must account for going down, coming back. So you come at 2:10.
Okay, let's try 2 p.m. Latest 5 minutes past 10. Okay.
So Madam Moderator has decided I have to be here. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Hi. I just wanted to mention that actually online, there are a few people asking for the links. We will be sharing them, and if you'll be interested, please just reach out to us, the social media team. And our hashtag on Twitter is #ActionForPeace. Currently, we've been trending on different spaces at number 5, number 3, and number 2 in different regions. Yes, that is all I wanted to mention. Please do a comment. It would be awesome from all of you who are here. Just do a comment of how you're feeling about engagement as we are going on currently. Thank you so much for listening in.
Dr. Adam, are you on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay.
But I will not. I'm going to do that.
Thank you. Okay. Bon appetit. Lunch nzuri. Dr. Ega? Oh, okay. Let's go for lunch then.
Even the person who was claiming time is short is still talking.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic testing mic testing mic testing mic testing mic test ongezea volume mic testing mic iko juu sana, itabidi muongeza side yako. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic testing 1 2 sound check 1 2 Bran, is that hot? This other one 1 2 1 2
But let me just introduce them to us, so that at least we know the background. Would you want to call your sister?
I will put.
All right. Okay, Sister Teresia Wamuyu Wachira is a Kenyan and working and living in Kenya. She is a member of the Institute of the Blessed Virgin Mary, commonly known as the Loreto Sisters. Sister Teresia is a co-president Pax Christi International since 2019 and serves in this position with Bishop Emeritus. She is also a member of the executive committee in the Catholic Nonviolence Initiative, one of Pax Christi International's focus areas. Equally, she is a member of the Pan-African Catholic Theology and Pastoral Network. She has been a teacher and a principal in Loreto schools in Kenya, specializing in the education of young women and training them for peacemaking and reconciliation work. She has a PhD in peace studies, focusing on experiences of violence in schools in Kenya, and serves as a
senior lecturer and a program leader, peace and conflict studies at St. Paul's University in Nairobi, Kenya. She trains and advocates for termination of female genital mutilation, a harmful rite of passage for girls. She is an ardent, committed peace scholar and peace builder, advocating for active nonviolence and spirituality, way of life, and effective method of prevention and addressing violence at all levels. Sister Wamuyu has contributed to a book chapter titled A Just Peace Ethic, Building Sustainable Peace and Breaking Cycles of Violence, which was published in 2020, which focuses mainly on indigenous approaches to peace building. She was awarded the Academic Leadership Award by the Pan-African Catholic Congress on Theology, Society, and Pastoral Life in recognition of her contribution to the Catholic intellectual tradition and the Church in Africa at Enugu, Nigeria in December 2019. Sister Teresia Wamuyu will be speaking to us on strategies for sustainable peace in Africa. Let me quickly introduce Dr. Elias Opongo so that when he comes online, he can just speak to us. Elias Opongo is a senior lecturer and the director of the Center for Research, Training and Publications at Hekima University College, Nairobi, Kenya. Opongo is also the former dean of Hekima Institute of Peace Studies and International Relations at the same university. He holds his PhD in Peace Studies from the University of Bradford, UK, and Masters and MA in International Studies from J.B. Kroc Institute of International Studies, University of Notre Dame. His main research interests include transitional justice, post-conflict reconstruction and reconciliation, conflict monitoring, religious extremism and violence, state building and democracy, and extractive industries and conflict. He has published a lot. I will not read all these. But if you want to confirm my statement, you can go to the table there and confirm and buy those books. But in 2020, he published Elections, Violence, and Transitional Justice in Africa, which is also available there. And there's one which is also of my interest. So this one I have to mention because I have an article inside there, so I have to mention it. It's called Ethics of War and Peace Building, The Unfinished Business, which was published by Hekima University College. If you read, my sister from the one who asked about Shakahola is not here. If you really want to know some of the she's here. Yeah, I was just referring to your question about Shakahola again. If you really want to get to know more about the dynamics on the issues around Shakahola and similar events, maybe you may have to read that book because it's also talking about the issues around religious extremism and violence in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call Sister Teresia Wamuyu,
program leader, Peace and Conflict Studies at St. Paul's University, and co-president of Pax Christi International, who will be speaking to us on sustainable strategies for sustainable peace in Africa. Karibu, you have 15 minutes. Is it a lot? Oh, no, from the time you pick the microphone. Okay.
Sorry, I like moving around. I hope you can hear me. Okay. So that's a topic I was asked to speak to, strategies for sustainable peace in Africa. I've already been introduced, so I'll not repeat that. Now, that is the African continent, and you can see how beautiful it is. I want to go through some background information, because if you are going to talk about strategies, then we need to understand strategies for what. We need to understand where we are coming from to know where we are going. So that is the history of violent conflicts in Africa, so that when we are talking of strategies, we see what we are talking about. So you can go and do the reading afterwards, but you can see there were different wars of independence, for ceding conflicts, rebellions, internationalized civil wars, and civil wars. And some are already there, like DRC Congo and the South Sudan. Then, what is there to celebrate in Africa? We have, it's a beautiful continent, it's youthful, vibrant, innovative, resilient, and then it's also endowed with human and natural resources, and of course a people of faith and hope. And we have been hearing about hope today. But on the other side, it has its wounds and challenges. And these are just some of them, because you can't pick everything. As you saw, Africa is so big and wide. So I want to talk to the issue of governance, elections, corruption, and many other things. It's threatened by different forms of violence, direct, structural, and cultural. It has youth militia, rebels, terrorism, and then the young people connected, yet lonely. We see the young people are engaging more. In fact, they are befriending their mobile phones more than their friends. Then suicide cases are on the rise. We saw in Kenya recently that even the teenagers are committing suicide. So that's the reality we have. Then environmental degradation and climate change, widespread migration of persons due to violence, and then the dependency on external debts and poverty and unequal distribution. Now that is Africa, so we need to understand that, so that when we are responding as scholars, we ask ourselves, what is it we are responding to? What more can we say about Africa? I would like to talk about the lack of vertical legitimacy, where you have states not providing security, and also states themselves becoming a threat to the citizens. And you don't need to go far. Look at Kenya, where we are. Lack of horizontal legitimacy, where we have some groups threatening others, oppressing others, and also becoming a threat for security of others. Then the economic aspects, we see states extract at expense of people's livelihoods, and also selective in the way they allocate resources. And then socio-political aspect, we have the violence that is creating widespread migration, resistance, rebellion, and coups. Right now we have seen so many coups. So we're asking ourselves, what next? You can see that there is similarities in the continent in terms of histories, cultures, governance, and richness. And each has its own unique history and giftedness and challenges. But we have a common positive, the youth. Because if we look at other countries, in Africa, we can boast about a youth population. But we also have an Africa that is grappling with all forms of violence, as we have said, direct, structural, and cultural. However, we have seen a lot of interventions from different angles, civil society, academics like ourselves, the United Nations, international bodies, and yet we're asking why the violence? Why is it unabated? And that's why we are here today to ask those questions. So why is this the case? One, it is that we are largely militaristic. Our approaches are militaristic and generic. One size fits all. And then also, Africa is enslaved in its own past history. Like we tend to go back to the history instead of looking forward and asking ourselves questions. Then there's fear of addressing the past atrocities to learn from it. Like we had somebody talking about the genocide. Then leaders are creating citizen dependency as opposed to engaging in servant leadership. And then a government that is alienated from the people, and as I had pointed earlier, is a government of itself. So what are the strategies for us as academics? In this context then, how do we, faith-based universities, respond to these realities? These are questions I'm asking so that we ask ourselves those questions. How do we have conversations regarding peace-building approaches that are sustainable? How do we break these cycles of violence? How do we silence the guns that have been used as weapons of choice in Africa for decades? And how do we harness research in issues of sustainable peace and grassroots engagement? So how do we engage with the local people? So there are questions we need to critically ask ourselves and deal with. We search for strategies that are relevant to the context and that are sustainable. So the question here is, these militaristic approaches and interventions are a challenge. So do we want to continue in that way, using the current approaches, the militaristic ones, or are there ways as scholars that we can use? So forums such as this are a kairos moment for all of us to engage in honest conversations, and I'm stressing honest. Let's be honest with ourselves as academicians, because you go online, you'll find that a lot of research has been done, but you have to get permission to access. So we are asking ourselves those deep questions. How do we create harmony through faith? So these are my own practical steps that I'm recommending. However, we could discuss. That's why we are here. Let's join together to expand that has local ownership and that is based and anchored in the local context. Then, as scholars, we need to step down from our ivory towers and engage with the civil society, the international bodies, and with the grassroots communities on sustainable ways of peace building. Those of you who have read Lederach, that is the model he recommends: the top, the middle, and the bottom. Then, we need to be generosity in making available research findings and reflections of such works. As I've said, sometimes we lock. There's a lock there and you have to pay to get that information. So what is it for if it can't reach people? Then challenge our governments, civil society, and international bodies to invest where it matters in education, health, infrastructure, and research, as opposed to supporting investments in militaristic interventions. Why do we support guns for weapons of mass destruction? We as academics should challenge our governments to invest where it matters. Then support investments in dialogue, diplomacy, and nonviolent approaches that assist in creating cultures of peace, such as peace education or education for peace initiatives. This starts with us. So let us model that in our institution. Let's not blame the government and others. Let's start here. Then address the challenges of Africa by not only as scholars, but as members of the community. Let us immerse ourselves in the communities so that we understand. So let's not just stay in ivory towers doing research that is not responding to the needs of the people. And some of the needs you can see there. Especially I would like to talk about what Pope Francis refers to as wars that are fought piecemeal, little by little, and they begin in the houses. In our communities as academics, in our communities at home, even religious communities. So let's engage in hybrid peace building, bring in the new and old, local and international. Then we need, as I put there, we need to tap into the wisdom. We have wisdom in our African culture. We need to tap into that. And that leads to harmony and community cohesion. Then teach the children the just peace values, which is harmony. You see them there. Those values were taught to the children in the stories. Why have we forgotten them? Why have we thrown them outside the window? And these days, there are those gaps. We don't have grandmothers and grandfathers telling those stories. So it is us to enter into that gap as academicians, tell those stories, but tell them where they matter, not in our institutions only. We need to go out there and interact with the communities. And women need to be part of this dialogue. Women, because there is a tendency of women being seen as victims, and therefore we don't engage them in different tables of conversation. And here I challenge all conversations, even in the church. So the women, I did a research, and you can see what I gained there. The women were actually using indigenous practices to create peace. We need to go to the villages, we need to go to the grassroots and see those ways that work, that are non-violent. And one of them is that belt, the peace belt. The women use it. If they don't want somebody to go to war, they put it on the ground, and you can't jump over it, and it's working in the North Rift, Kenya. And many others. You'll be reading my chapter, it's coming out soon. I think this in November, on these different approaches. Then the question to end. How viable and sustainable are violent responses to the current realities in Africa? Because that's what we are using. Look at the amount of money being put on weapons of mass destruction. If you go to the internet, you see what Pax Christi did. We did a research to show how much a drone costs and how much a vaccination for one drone would benefit Africa. It's online, you can access it, it's in French, it's in English, it's in Kiswahili. So we need to create spaces where all humanity, in connection with other creation, can find a safe space to love and be loved and have life more abundantly. I am referring to one of the great non-violent person, and that is Jesus Christ, because I'm a Christian, who said that we are created to have fullness of life. And then in the digital world, we need to have a paradigm shift in the way we pass values and interact with each other and the rest of God's creation. These days, we even have metaphors. I was in South Korea speaking about how young people, are so, they are so engrossed in the social media that they have stopped interacting as human beings. And also, I was talking about the metaphors, where you can actually see people and they can speak to you, but they are online. But you can speak. So we are moving towards that, and we are now hearing about artificial intelligence. That's where we are moving. Are we as scholars ready for that? And then, to end, I say we need to ignite hope in the continent. Ignite hope in the continent. Let's not tell the stories, sad stories. There is a lot of goodness. Can we scholars tell those stories as we interact? So behold, I come to make all things new. Revelation 21:5. So my conclusion, synergize, synergize, synergize. Let's not work in silos. Let's look for each other. Here we are now. Can we continue this conversation? Can we begin a network where we are going to write together, We are going to the grassroots together and work with the people to change this story of Africa. So we are the prophetic voice in our society. We have received much, let us give until it hurts. And that was from Mother Teresa. Let our people not perish because of lack of knowledge, a gift we have received from God. So we have a mission. And then to end, I've said Asante, thank you, merci, grazie, and Ivan Van from Serbia here will be having the ambassador with us. So Asante Sana, we shall interact when the questions come. Thank you.
How did you pronounce the last one?
They are saying Van Vam. Van Vam, that's how it's pronounced. It's written like that, but I checked online, it's Van Vam. So I'll check again so that when the ambassador comes, at least you can say merci. Yeah.
You
Do
know,
I need to be-
I was wondering which word is this starting with X
Yes.
and then B.
I actually saw it and I was wondering myself until I had to go and see how.
Thank
to-
you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sister. We really appreciate, and we pray that you'll be with us when we'll be asking and interacting
Yes,
with the
yes, I
audience.
will.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Is Dr. Elias online? Please, let's give sister a round of applause. Yeah, he's online. Elias, are you there? Elias, are you there? Going once? Going twice? Dennis, are you there? Dennis, are you there? Yes, Dennis, you're there? Yes, I can hear you. Elias, if you are online, speak to us, or I'll pick Dennis to speak to us. Okay.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce. Have you confirmed, Elias? Martha? Yes, but I can see him. Yeah, where is he? He's not here. Okay, as we sort out that, please kindly allow me to introduce Dr. Dennis Musinguzi. Dennis Musinguzi is a senior lecturer, Department of Governance, Peace and International Relations, School of Arts and Social Sciences at Uganda Martyrs University. He holds a PhD in Governance and Peace Studies from Uganda Martyrs University in collaboration with the University of Manitoba, Winnipeg, Canada, which was funded under the prestigious UPeace IDRC PhD Fellowship. He holds master's degree in ethics and public management. Dr. Musinguzi has served as a national consultant for European Union and GIZ Civil Society Strengthening Program and consulted with HIVOS Uganda, Christian Aid South Sudan, Norwegian People's Aid South Sudan, and a number of other international agencies. He partners with other universities in Uganda as well as other parts of the continent, such as University of Johannesburg, Makerere, Nkumba, Gulu, Mountain, among
Mountain of the Moon, among others. He has published, among others, The Role of Civil Society Organizations in Post-Conflict Development of Northern Uganda, which was published in 2019, and South Korea's Development Success, Lessons from Uganda. Lessons for Uganda, I'm sorry. Dr. Msinguzi will be talking to us on responsive and accountable peace studies, and he will be bringing us a case study of Uganda. Dr. Msinguzi, if you can hear me, please pick it up from there. 15 minutes.
Can you confirm you're able to see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you so much for that generous introduction. I'm talking about responsive and accountable peace, and I'm strictly adhering to your guidance at the beginning of the session. You said we talk about the current situation, we talk about the responses, then how the university comes in and the steps forward. So mine is not a researched kind of paper presentation like some of the previous presenters. I'm telling a bit of the story of Uganda and Uganda Matters University as far as responsible and accountable peace is concerned. The current situation in our country is that Uganda has been a stable country for most of the parts. Yes, some parts are having rebel groups and insurgencies. We still have attacks from Allied Democratic Forces, from Democratic Republic of Congo. I think in the audience, you know, Uganda has a generous refugee policy, and we are the leading hosts of refugees in Africa and second or third in the world. We still have a refugee crisis, and the government grapples with ensuring that their needs are met. But of course, at times we see conflicts between the refugees and the host communities. And then in northern Uganda, where we had a war that lasted for more than 20 years, we are talking about post-conflict kind of peace reconstruction and building with a peace recovery and development plan. Unfortunately, we still have abundant failure in terms of reparation and in terms of post-conflict reconstruction. People are still, you know, crying about the loss, yet the war stopped more than 10 years ago. As the previous speakers mentioned, usually election period is a heated up period in most of the African countries. We've been hearing what was taking place in West Africa, in Sierra Leone, in Zimbabwe, you know, the heat, even in our own homeyard, Uganda or Kenya. And we are beginning to see, you know, people complain about limited democratic space. Some political parties are not allowed to mobilize, yet the election is about a year away. So the heat is beginning to get felt. What is the government doing as far as some of these issues are concerned? As regards to the active rebel group ADF, which has been throwing bombs in Kampala and killing some people, and yes, burning down schools, there is that joint military offensive against ADF, both by Uganda military and DRC military. It is codenamed Operation Shuja. I did not check the meaning of this. I've talked about the refugee policy. Uganda has the open door policy for refugees. You just present yourself, they assess you. We do not have refugee camps. We have settlement areas. They will give you some land. They will give you some means of livelihood. You can enroll in education institution of your level. You can attend to any health institution that is available. So that's what we are doing as a country. But of course, we are doing this with support from international humanitarian and development agencies or partners. These are UN-based agencies. We also have international NGOs and local, national, or community-based, NGOs. And as I was talking about post-conflict recovery, when the guns fell silent in northern Uganda with the longest war, I think since Uganda's independence, the Lord's Resistance Army, Uganda established the Peace Recovery and Development Plan. And as I've said, the communities in northern Uganda up to now, some still have untreated wounds. There is domestic violence. There is land conflict. Situation is not yet peaceful. Even when you go to the statistics of education, of development, they are still lagging behind. Recently, we saw a very new development. A president of one of the opposition parties joined hands with the government, and he was appointed Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And they told us, himself and the government, that is been put there to champion constitutional reforms, to champion electoral reforms, but also to put in place the Justice and Reconciliation Commission. It is, I think, slightly about a year. We have not seen any step in this direction, but at least we are still demanding as far as the promise is concerned. Now, before I talk about Uganda Matters University, fortunately, my sister Elaine has already talked about this. Besides government and multilateral actors, we have seen many interreligious, interfaith dialogue organizations and spaces coming to do a lot as far as peace is concerned. Elaine has already talked about this, whether it is Interreligious Council of Uganda, whether it is the Uganda Joint Christian Council, whether it is the Acholi religious leaders who were the torchbearers during the Alele conflict. We have others like Action for Peace and Development, which is focusing on young people and training them and engaging them in sustainable peace initiatives. We have the Faith to Action networks, especially in the Rwenzori region, dealing with the community and civil conflicts in that area. So we are saying, before we even talk about the university, there are already religious-based institutional arrangements that are in place pushing for peace. And they are doing mediation and outreaches to the conflicting parties. All the peace talks in northern Uganda were championed largely by the Acholi Religious Leaders Peace Initiative, working together with the cultural leaders. They are providing a communication link, usually which does not exist between the government and the rebellious groups, or even between conflicting parties. And because they are able to break the silence and create unity, I mean, they are able to facilitate dialogue and reach to peace agreements. They are also engaged in many religious-based organizations. They are doing refugee work and supporting host communities through various collaborative partnerships, which are important, for the recovery of those communities. Others are promoting post-conflict recovery and peaceful coexistence. Uganda Matters University is established by the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church has a long time vision when it comes to peace and the subject that we are talking about today. And it is consisting of the concern for human rights and human dignity. I will talk about this slightly later. The concern for development and well-being and dignity of human persons, the question of solidarity and world order. You can find it in a variety of Catholic Church documents, whether it is paper letters, whether it is the Constitution of the Catholic Church. And this one is based on the social teachings of the Church that is typified by 7 pillars. The Catholic Church has a very strong tradition on the social teachings, and it focuses on the life and the dignity of the human person. When there is war, when there is conflict, the life and dignity will be compromised, it will be eroded, if not taken away completely. The Catholic Church emphasizes, the cult family, the cult community, and the cult participation within its social teachings. Family is a key pillar, and it builds the community. But they should not be passive citizens. They should be active, contributing to their well-being. If there is conflict, they should participate in resolving it. In peace building, they should be active participants. Rights and responsibilities. If we respected rights and fulfilled our responsibilities, maybe we would be living in a more peaceful community as opposed to doing in the opposite way. The church emphasizes option for the poor and the vulnerable. And people have been referring to John Paul Lederach. I used John Paul Lederach's integrated framework for peace building when I was doing my PhD. And he says most of the wars, especially in African continent, are fought in the margins of the community, where there is poverty, where there is backwardness, where there is disease. I mean, communities that are in survival mode, where even thinking about options for peace is an affordable luxury. So, options for poor. You do not export war to the poor, you want to empower them. Then the dignity of work and the rights of workers, solidarity and sustainability, and care for the God's creation. I will not talk about much in terms of explaining those elements since we do not have a lot of time. Now, how does Uganda Matters University come into this broader vision of the Catholic Church and addressing the issues of peace and the social teaching? So we have programs that are directly in relation to the subject of peace that we are talking about. We have a master's degree in sustainable peace and conflict management. We have a program in refugee and migration studies. I will talk again briefly about them. We have a degree, master's and bachelor's in humanitarian assistance. We have a master's degree in human rights. We are bringing these pertinent concerns of human dignity and human life to not only the class, but also to make some kind of connections with the communities. How do we do this? Even in our researches in sustainable peace and refugee and migration studies, we tend to do thematic researches. And when we constitute a theme, for example, we had a theme on whose community, memory and tradition in conflict resolution and peace building, but also in dealing with issues of the refugees. So we shall take our students to the communities, conduct research there, interact with the people, generate findings, disseminate findings to the communities, and look for solutions together. And because research is cross-cutting, sometimes we have even created pathways for some either community-based groups or some communities to benefit from some stakeholders that have money and are responding to peace. We have what we call Equator Peace Academy. Equator Peace Academy is designed like a summer school. For lack of funds, we do it normally once in 2 years. It brings together not only Uganda Matters University, but an international community. Our recent theme was refugees, strangers as neighbors. And we did it in northern Uganda, we did it in South Sudan, we even crossed to DRC. It is something that takes place for 2 weeks. And you take like 3-4 days within the settlements, talking to the commanders, camp commanders, talking to the refugee leaders, finding issues that are facing the communities, and then linking them with the other actors. We have been doing this since I think since 2016, and we have done it several times. Even students of refugee and migration studies, every year, they have the outreach to the refugee settlements in different parts of the country. So we have had action researches and projects. For example, we had a project which I was part in my department, teaching young generations justice and peace, education using the social teachings of the church that I'd already talked about. It was a 3-year project funded by the International Federation of Catholic Universities. And we understood the plight of the youth, They generated innovative ways of how to deal with the youth. They started groups and self-help projects. And when you go back there, even today, you will see lots of benefits that are emerging, from this kind of interventions. We have hosted international workshops. I remember in 2017, this African Institute for Peace and Justice was supposed to be hosted by Hekima, where I met Dr. Opom, the one who is coming to make the presentation. And we had a conversation on how to improve the interventions for peace from institutions' point of view. Yes, I had the representative from UNESCO asking questions about a museum. Uganda Matters University holds a museum for our traditional artifacts, cultural artifacts, and even war and conflict artifacts. On 18th of October this year, we are celebrating 30 years of existence. And one of the activities we're engaging in is exhibition. We already had a mini exhibition, and we are exhibiting the story of the Ugandan Martyrs. Ugandan Martyrs were not only Catholic, they were also Anglicans, and they were Muslims. These are the people who died for their faith at the hands of a king. A king was the political leader of the kingdom, and he was protecting his kingdom against the missionaries. And some people said, no, these people died, they committed treason, they were right to be killed.
Dr. Musigisi,
Yes, please.
would you kindly wrap up?
Okay,
Please.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are exhibiting this story, but also looking at the church and state relationships to ensure that there is no collision. And I'm giving only 3 recommendations moving forward, that as faith-based institutions, we need to strengthen our existing peace studies programs by sharing good practices and see how to put the programs forward to benefit the communities. But we also need academic programs that are going to learn from and at the same time contribute to the peace and justice work in the wider society. That's why we send our students to the communities to conduct research there, interact with other stakeholders, and then closer collaboration between universities with the state and non-state actors. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Msinguzi, for those practical recommendations and also giving us classical examples of what we may need to consider as we go forward. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us now to change a little bit, shift in terms of our engagement with the ambassador of Serbia in Kenya. And I'm being informed that there's a link that has been provided in the chat box. So those who are joining online, we kindly request you to click on that link. After the ambassador's speech, we will come back to the normal link where we'll be able to listen to our 2 presenters and also do the reactions and the recommendations. So our technical team, you can switch now? All right, so that we are there on time. But we kindly request that if you have questions or points of concerns, please note them down because we have got a session on that. We have got Father Buju here who will be speaking to us later on together with Dr. Lars Okon.
Recording stopped.
we there?
That's ridiculous. That's the guy. I didn't wasn't a problem before. There you go. Are we on? But I don't hear them. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can hear you. Oh, that's very good. I'm very pleased. Okay. So is anybody going to start the ball rolling?
Yes, we have already started the ball rolling, and actually we were just waiting to hear from you.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So you want me to start, but I wanted first of all for you to say a few words about this meeting and the name of your college and university and who is attending so that I know. Is that possible?
Yes, I would like
Kindly,
Some introduction.
yeah, allow me to do that on behalf of the organizers. Yeah, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, and all other protocol observed, it's my pleasure to welcome you amidst us to speak to us. This event has been organized in collaboration of 3 institutions. One, Peace Tree Network. It's a local and regional non-governmental organization dealing with the issues of community peace building approaches, holding dialogue and facilitating mediation, and also advancing partnerships and collaboration for collective responsibilities for peace. And then we have UNESCO, Kenya National Commission Office, and also Center for Research, Training, and Publication. Center for Research, Training, and Publication is part of Hekima University College, and in collaboration with Hekima Institute for Peace Studies and International Relations, they engage with different partners to advance academic as well as practical interventions on areas of peace and knowledge generation. This day has been convened to celebrate International Day of Peace, and particularly focusing on the theme, Actions for Peace, Our Ambitions for Global Goals. And it is being facilitated in a hybrid fashion. So we have got people joining us online, as well as those who are present with us physically. And it brings together different learning institutions, particularly the faith-based institutions of higher learning. And one of the greatest agenda of our discussion is to define and discover the role of faith-based institutions of higher learning in advancing peace and harmony in the society. And therefore, since morning, we have heard from different speakers addressing different thematic areas in as far as peace and social cohesion is concerned. We have heard someone talk to us from the questions of peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with primary focus on the potential of nonviolence in promoting peace in the country. We also have we have heard also from someone talking to us on the questions of historical contributions and lessons learned in the peace-building practices in Eastern Africa. At the same level, we also have we had a speaker talking to us on the integration of faith and science and its positive impact on society. We have had a case study of Rwanda, particularly paying attention on the question of integration of peace education into course curriculum, and especially engaging with local communities. The role of interreligious dialogue in promoting peace in Uganda, particularly addressing questions of religious extremism, has also been brought to us. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, we have also heard the questions around the role of youth in peace building and paying keen attention on the challenges that are facing young people today in the region. We are yet to hear from the questions on issues of government policies
as well as the areas of ethical concerns. But we have also greatly engaged with strategies for sustainable peace in Africa, and responsive and accountable peace studies were coming out to us as a case study from Uganda. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, this has been our engagement throughout the day, and at the end of the day, we anticipate to come up with some practical recommendations on what key actions can the faith-based institutions of higher learning in the region can undertake in order not only to speak about peace, but to advance practical face of peace and social cohesion in the region. And we look forward to continued conversation and especially collaboration with your embassy. Ladies and gentlemen, at this hour, allow me to introduce to you His Excellency, the Ambassador of Serbia in Kenya, Mr. Dragan Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I didn't want to commit. I can assure you, sir, nearly everybody in this room, everybody in this room would have made some hesitancy the way I did it. So just to introduce His Excellency the Ambassador. His Excellency the Ambassador is a graduate of Faculty of Law, University of Belgrade. He completed postgraduate studies at Europa Institute of the University of Amsterdam Law School, the Netherlands. He graduated with a Diplomatic Academy of the Federal Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Yugoslavia. How do you pronounce SFR?
Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So his professional career in 2017, he was the ambassador of the Republic of Serbia to the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Burundi, the Union of Comoros, the Republic of Uganda, the Republic of Rwanda, the state of Eritrea. So he has combined all these. And from 2013 to 2016, he was the ambassador in the sector of multilateral cooperation in Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has served in several capacities, and he has also been in the region long enough, and also led different agencies within the government, including being the director of Directorate for International Economic Cooperation in the Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. That was in between 1997 to 1998. As well as he was the first secretary in the Directorate for Non-Aligned Affairs in the Federal Ministry for Foreign Affairs of the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, directly engaged in the preparation of the 9th Summit of Non-Aligned Movement. And I think in his speech, he will also be able to talk to us about how some of these dynamics shape and impact on our social relations within the region. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to formally welcome His Excellency Ambassador to speak to us. Join me with a round of applause. His Excellency Ambassador, please pick it up from there.
I am very honored and delighted to be talking both to you and to other participants that are online. Thank you for giving a few elements of my career. You admitted that I spent 7 years as a diplomat of Yugoslavia to the United Nations. In most of the 1990s, I was representing my country in the United Nations in New York. And that was a particularly trying and taxing situation, because while I was representing Yugoslavia in the United Nations, my country started after multi-party elections in 1990 to unravel, to break up. So there were even civil wars. and conflicts in the republics of Croatia, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we had problems in the Serbian province of Kosovo. And all that time, I was a diplomat in New York while my country was facing severe challenges. I had a long career, and the last part of my career, I have been honored to be the ambassador of the Republic of Serbia, accredited to 7 countries in East Africa with residence in Nairobi, and I am also the representative of Serbia to the United Nations Environment Programme in Nairobi, and also to the UN Habitat International Organization in Nairobi. You are focusing, and this is what I will try to talk a little bit about also through a Serbian perspective, you are focusing on the questions of peace and human rights. We are this year celebrating the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. And as we speak, the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations is taking place, and most leaders of the world are in New York. My president, the president of Serbia, is going to address the General Assembly this afternoon. The president of Kenya will address most probably this afternoon or tomorrow. All of these leaders are meeting in the United Nations in New York, and we are all facing these challenges because 78 years after the adoption of the Charter of the United Nations, which said in its preamble that after the terrible calamity caused unheard of suffering, and I will read here how it started. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. That means a whip or suffering, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, our nations large and small, have decided to create the United Nations. That was adopted in San Francisco 78 years ago. And I have printed here in my computer just a few minutes ago, and it turned out to be more than 30 pages, how many wars have occurred since the Charter of the United Nations was adopted in 1945. So humanity went through terrible suffering in the First World War from 1914 to 1918, even worse suffering from 1939 to 1945 in the Second World War, which culminated with 2 atomic bombs being thrown against Japan, and hundreds and thousands of people being killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So after these terrible events, the leaders of the world gathered together and said, let's create United Nations and let's try to stop war. And have we as a species, have we as humankind been successful? We have not, because I just told you, I've just printed, only from the period from 45 to 1990, there were hundreds of wars. And still, as we speak, in Kenya here, in 21st of September, 2023, humanity is suffering. We know the war that is taking place in Ukraine. Even in our region here, we have wars in eastern DRC. We have large instability in Somalia. We have a war taking place in Sudan. We have instability in South Sudan. And there are problems in Asia and all across the world. So what is it? What is it that characterizes humankind? Is it a given that we will always fight? Is it almost impossible for us to give up arms, give up weapons, demilitarize, and be brothers and sisters to each other. And unfortunately, when I look at the history of humanity and the history of the world, I can see that it is not possible, because we have had, since 1945 and the adoption of the Charter of the United Nations and the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, we have had enormous progress in science and technology. We all live in a world of internet, mobile phones, artificial intelligence now, immediate access to information. We are living truly in a global village where everything is available to us with a click. And you would say that why is this very intelligent species not being able to get its act together and to make a peaceful, harmonious, and pleasant world for us all? And yet, despite these incredible strides and progress in science, which are, even when I was a young man, it was almost unimaginable that we could be talking and even seeing each other over little pieces of equipment that we hold in our hand that we call mobile phones. Now we talk to each other, we can communicate, whether you're in Asia or you're in North Europe or in South America, you are immediately in contact with your friends and partners. And yet, this very, very sophisticated and intelligent species is still on a daily basis killing each other and shooting at each other. And that leads to me to a conclusion that there is something almost in our makeup, in our DNA, that leads to that. I was an ambassador in Greece from 2009 to 2013, and I went to an archaeological museum in Athens depicting the culture of the Mycenaean civilization, which was about 3,000 years ago. And I noticed at that exhibition the most beautiful jewelry that you can imagine, 3,000 years ago, necklaces and earrings from gold and silver, beautiful, intricate, wonderful. But right next to there were exhibits of swords and knives and weapons. So this is the story of mankind. At the same time, even 3,000 years ago, people were producing beauty, something which was exceptional, which was notable, even heavenly, and at the same time, they were producing weapons, the idea of which was to use against other people. So there has been progress since the Second World War. There has been economic progress, there has been social progress, but have we fulfilled all the promises of the Charter of the United Nations? Do we have a harmonious world? We do not. There are conflicts everywhere around us. There is terrorism, then there is extreme violence. Even here on the doorstep of Kenya, we have extreme violence of the Al-Shabaab group in Somalia, and there have been terrorist attacks in Kenya that you all know very, very well. We are now living in a world where it should be very easy to feed everybody, where it should be very easy to find shelter and housing for everybody, where it should be extremely easy to have education for everybody and to have healthcare for everybody. We have adopted in 2015, I was there in the United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda for Sustainable Development until 2000, and that was in 2015. There were 17 major goals and a series of targets, starting off from the quest to eliminate poverty, to create universal healthcare, universal education, to fight climate change, to fight degradation of environment, and so forth. Even now, we had a summit the other day in the United Nations where the world leaders met, and it was concluded because of the pandemic, because of the war in Ukraine, because of all of the elements that have been taking place since 2015, 8 years later, we see that these aspirations that were adopted with a lot of hope in 2015 in New York will not be fulfilled. So again, we are not achieving what we should be achieving, this intelligent species instead that has all the means to eradicate poverty, is not solving the issue that there are still 800 million people that are hungry, and even more, maybe even a couple of billion people that are on the verge of hunger. And there are a couple of billion people that have no access to drinking water. And there are a couple of billion people that have no access to electricity. And this is all happening in a world where people fly around in very sophisticated airplanes. They have complete technology. They can do anything. And yet we are not solving these key problems. And because we're not solving problems of poverty, because we're not solving problems of enabling adequate housing, because climate change is creating even enhanced poverty, as we have here in the north of Kenya, and in the region of the Horn of Africa as a whole, where for 3-4 years there have been rainy seasons that have been missed, and that has caused the loss of enormous amount of livestock and very, very a near famine situation for millions of people. And this is happening in a world where in the Northern Hemisphere, food is regularly thrown away. There is so much food that people don't even eat it, and then they throw it away as garbage. And that northern part of the world, the industrialized, developed world, has also been producing an awful lot of carbon dioxide, because this was development without responsibility. And all at once we're waking up as witnesses of enormous climate change that is now threatening the mere existence of our community. And the Secretary General of the United Nations spoke yesterday about that, and that we are, by the fact that we're not serious, especially the developed countries, we're not serious in tackling this issue and stopping emitting these gases that are creating climate change. We are, the Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, we have opened the door to hell. And it is a question whether we are going to be able to close that door. And it is even a question whether our species and our civilization will survive. They say it's not late, it's not too late. There is a chance that if all countries in the world gather around and truly make a commitment and start seriously confronting the dangers of climate change, and we're going to have a meeting of the Conference of the Parties, so-called COP28, in Dubai at the beginning of December, there is a chance that we still stop these developments and get our house in order. But it is not a certainty. It is not a certainty. And it seems that it's extremely difficult to stop these wars that are even taking place now. The war in Ukraine is affecting global food security, is affecting world supply chains. The wheat and maize that were delivered from both Russia and Ukraine to Africa is now much curtailed and limited. So many problems in the world. So I gave you a bit of a pessimistic analysis that wars have been with us as long as humanity has existed, that we have tried. After the First World War, the League of Nations was formed. After the Second World War, the United Nations was formed. These are valid and valiant efforts to stop wars, to create conditions for prosperity, social, economic, cultural development, and progress has been made. But you know, when I was a young man, there were 3 billion people in the world. Now that I'm getting close to finishing my career, there are more than 8 billion people in the world. So the planet is getting more and more populated, which shouldn't be an issue to itself. The more people, the better. But we have not been responsible in the way we have been taking care of our planet, because we do not have an alternative. There are some efforts to get to the moon again. Even people are exploring the possibilities of life on Mars. but we do not have an alternative planet. We have only one planet, and we have not been responsible and serious in the way that we've been taking care of it. We are basically systematically destroying it, and in the meantime, we are also killing each other. And even in the most developed countries of the world, or the most rich country of the world, which is the United States, which is in many ways a very, very impressive country and a successful country, they are confronting shootings in schools and shopping malls every other day. So something is wrong, even in the most developed countries. And let us not even talk the challenges in the least developed countries. Africa is the continent of the future. Africa is a continent with a very young population. It will be more than 1 billion people, and it will be 30% of the population of the world quite soon. It is a rich country with resources. It is enormous. It is a rich country with talent, and yet this continent is suffering from the effects of climate change, and it has never even contributed to that climate change. Let me now talk a little bit about my country, Yugoslavia, and I will now my country, Serbia, but it used to be called Yugoslavia. I will give you a short historical sort of review of how my country developed. The southern Slavic peoples, these are the Serbs, the Croats, and Slovenes. We used to live in the 6th century in Northern Europe, in parts of Ukraine and southern Russia. So 1,300 years ago, we Serbs were not living where we are living today, and we are living between Austria, Hungary in the north, and Greece and Italy in the south. We're in Southeast Europe, but we didn't live there 1,300 years ago. We lived in what is now Ukraine. But in that 6th century and 7th century, there were migrations throughout the whole of Europe. People were moving around. I don't know why, maybe because of climate. The Angles and the Saxons used to live in Germany, and they moved to England. And the southern Slavs, the Serbs, the Croats, Slovenes, moved from Ukraine to close to the Mediterranean. The first Serbian kingdom emerged in about the 9th and 10th century. That is when we adopted Christianity. And in the next 300, 400 years, Serbia became quite an important and prosperous country in the Middle Ages, in the 13th, 14th centuries. We had a king who was called Dušan the Mighty, who was maybe the strongest king in that region. And we were Orthodox Christians, and things were generally going along quite well. But then a new power appeared, coming from the east, coming from Asia, and that was the Ottoman Empire, the Turks, who became a very strong force. And in the 14th century, they entered into Southern Europe, in first what is now the state of Bulgaria. They won a battle there, and then they went into Serbia, and in the late 14th century, at the Battle of Kosovo, the Ottoman armies defeated the Serbian Christian armies. And in the next 80 years, they occupied my country as a whole, so that in the 15th century, Serbia was occupied, and it stayed occupied for the next 300 years, which was not easy for us. We were being occupied by a Muslim power. We were a Christian state, and we were taxed heavily. The Ottomans would even take our best boys when they would go to a village and to gather taxes. They would look at who were the best boys, who were 12 or 13 years old, and they would take them from the families and take them to elite military academies. They would try to make them forget where they came from, and they became top elite troops of the Ottoman Empire. For 350 years, we were occupied by the Ottoman Empire. By the beginning of the 19th century, Serbia, the first in our region, before all the other countries, before the Bulgarians, before the Romanians, before the Greeks, before the Albanians or Montenegrins, we were the first to rise to fight for our freedom. again, violence, but if you're occupied by a colonizing power, you tend to want to free yourself. So there was fighting, and in the end, Serbia became an independent country by the mid-19th century. But in our region, there was another empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in which Serbs were also oppressed by a foreign power. And as we entered into the 20th century, Serbs were trying to fight. The small kingdom of Serbia wanted to liberate its brethren that were still under Austro-Hungarian rule. And one of our freedom fighters shot the Archduke of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in Sarajevo on the 28th of June of 1914. That murder, and of course the Austro-Hungarians thought that this white guy was a terrorist.
Seems that there's disappointment on his side. Your Excellency, Ambassador, are you there? We have lost you. He has dropped off? Ah, okay.
All right.
All right.
Even Elias
has dropped off.
Elias,
can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Maybe Hesbon can call the ambassador.
Yes, we are trying to.
Probably reconnect.
Yes. I just wanted to confirm if Elias is there already now. Are you able to call him? Ambassador has dropped. We are trying. Is not reachable. Ambassador has dropped. We are trying to reach out. Which? Come again? It's not reachable. Yeah, we are trying to reach the ambassador, but we are not able. His phone is off. Nobody's switches off. Oh, you are back. Oh, all right.
Okay, can you hear me now? So we had a power cut. Can I
Also,
continue?
yeah, we lost you at one particular time.
All right, so I was talking about the assassination in Sarajevo in 1914, a very, very famous event in history and world affairs that sparked the First World War. It was the assassination was really just a spark. The First World War, in our analysis of the situation, occurred because of rivalries between a united Germany that Bismarck had united, and Germany realized that it did not have colonies like the British and the French. They were late in acquiring colonies. They wanted to build a railway from Berlin to Baghdad. They wanted to go to the Middle East, and that caused tension between the major powers at the time, at the beginning of the 20th century, the British and the French and the Germans, and then we had a First World War. But Serbia was involved in that First World War heavily. We were attacked by three powers, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire, and our cousins to the east, Bulgaria. We had to withdraw 400,000 people, and our whole army had to withdraw. We were saved by the French. But at the end of the First World War, with French allies as our help, Serbia is a victor. And nobody thought that in the beginning of 1914 that a little Serbia would be a victor. Everybody thought that Austro-Hungary, which was a major power, would crush them, would crush us, but it wasn't the case. After 4 years of terrible war and enormous suffering, Serbia is a victor. And with French help, we liberate Serbia, we liberate our whole region, and we create the country of Yugoslavia, which existed from 1918 until the beginning of the Second World War. And the Second World War, we all know, again, the Germans, because they felt they were unfairly treated at the peace treaty in Versailles, where they were demilitarized and humiliated. This led to the rise of Hitler, who then rearms Germany, is looking for living space, is trying to create a Third Reich, a dominance of Germany in Europe. But in the end, as we know, Hitler and Mussolini are not successful. But Hitler attacked. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me now again?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
So Tito, who was a communist, but had managed to organize his own, organize his own revolution, and did not want to listen to Stalin. Stalin excommunicated him from the communist world, and Yugoslavia had to turn to the West for help. But Tito did not want to join neither NATO or the Warsaw Pact. And then in the 50s, he found another way out. And together with the leaders of Egypt and the leader of India, Nehru, and Nasser from Egypt, he was one of the founders of what was called the Non-Aligned Movement. And one of the main principles of the Non-Aligned Movement was to help the decolonization of countries that were still under colonial rule. And that means that Yugoslavia supported the decolonization of African countries. And we were, as Yugoslavia, we were a very, very strong supporter of African independence. Jomo Kenyatta, the founder and father of independent Kenya, very much looked up to the president of Yugoslavia, Tito. We supported your independence very, very heavily. And our embassy, the Yugoslav embassy, which is now called the Serbian embassy, has been here since 1963, and we are an old and traditional friend of all of African countries, but especially Kenya and countries like Uganda and countries like Zambia and countries like Tanzania. These have all been our friends for a very long time. We've built a lot of infrastructure in Africa. We've given a lot of scholarships to African students. We are still giving scholarships to Kenyan students that are studying at our universities, and this will be continuing, and it will be progressing further. But then what happened in 1990, and this process was the same in Kenya or in Yugoslavia, there was the end of the Cold War, and there was a drive to organize multi-party elections. And in most countries, these multi-party elections brought positive effects. My opinion is that, of course, it's better to have multi-party elections than one-party rule. But in the Yugoslav case, nationalist parties carried the day in most republics. And very soon, some of the republics in our western part of our country, Slovenia and Croatia, declared independence, and my country got into a situation of unraveling, even into small civil wars. Serbia, the biggest part of Yugoslavia, did not want to separate from my country. I was a diplomat, as I mentioned, in the United Nations. I did not want to leave Yugoslavia, neither did my Serbian colleagues want to leave, while the others left. So now we are called Serbia. As I told you, we're a country that is 1,300 years old. In the 20th century, we managed to unite with our cousins and brothers to create Yugoslavia. It didn't work, and so we're back in Serbia. But Serbia is the country that is basically continuing the Yugoslav pro-African policy. We are the only country, only successor of former Yugoslavia that is still heavily present in Africa. We have 15 embassies in Africa. And we have been here in Nairobi 663, and we will continue to be here. And we are hoping that African countries more and more will open embassies in Belgrade. Somalia has already an embassy. We're hoping that Uganda will open, and hopefully Kenya will open embassies in Belgrade. So we are a traditional and old friend and want to help you economically, culturally. I have organized some very serious trips this year. The Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Korir Singoi, was on an official visit to Serbia. The Cabinet Secretary for Sports and Arts and Youth Affairs was also 2 months ago in Serbia. We had 30 dancers and singers from
we need to
Where's Martha? Are they organizing the other side? Yeah, I think the ambassador could be having some connection problems. So we need to do some adjustments in terms of our programs. Have you seen Martha? No. Yes.
Continue. Hello. Good afternoon. We are having a slight challenge, but which we shall overcome. Hekima students, could you please move to the other room? Then we continue the discussion. Yeah. They know what I mean. They know what I mean. Huh? Then the people who've been here since morning will continue with our engagement. Then we'll see how we are going to merge the two at a later date. At a later time, not date. Yes.
So the students will still continue with the ambassador? Sure.
Then, any questions that we have for the ambassador, please write them down. We are going to ask him the questions at the conclusion of his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so as we can continue, Martha? Okay, so yes, we are trying to connect you, Your Excellency. Yes, Your Excellency, we are trying to connect you to another channel. Just 1 minute, just a second, Your Excellency. Okay. Once they set. Are they done? They're okay? So yes, we have connected you to another channel, so you may proceed. Uko sawa? So we can continue? Signal me when you are ready. It's okay? All right. I would like now to call upon Father Burju from Tangaza University College, who is going to engage us with on the topical issue of ethical concerns and sustainable peace practices in Eastern Africa. Do we have online audience as well? You're working on it. So Father Burju probably will just come to engage with us. Would you like to?
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my topic was reframed, but it is still the same content. Utu, ethical philosophy for Afrocentric peace in Eastern Africa. So I'm a PhD candidate and assistant lecturer in Tangaza. Tangaza is a constituent of Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and it is owned by a consortium of 22 religious orders. It has a motto, teaching mind, touching heart, and transforming lives. Its mission is rooted in the mystery of incarnation and commit itself for a new evangelization to be realized primarily through commitment to academic excellence and a personal transformation of its students, both lay and religious. I will start by narrating somehow my journey of search for peace. I am Burju. I am Alama from Hema community of Ituri Forest in the DR Congo. Alama is a key character in this book called One Who Dreams is Called the Prophet. And this book really present the story of peace building here in Kenya. The book is written by Sultan Somji, who is actually in Vancouver. He's a lecturer, a professor attached to Tangaza University, and is my supervisor. So, in this symposium, I want to talk to you as an African elder in an Afrocentric perspective. So maybe you will be wondering, is it really academic or not? But as we are looking for some indigenous way of making peace, allow me to proceed. So for past 14 years, I have been attending conferences, symposiums, and workshops on peace building in a liberal approach in various places in Africa and around the world. And I'm happy to acknowledge that I attended even in 2005 a workshop or conference organized by PTN, and I was happy to recognize Martha today. And the main question is, what is peace? What is peace about? I realized that there are many terminology for peace work according to the policy of countries and international donors. Conflict management, conflict resolution, conflict transformation, peace building, mediation, dialogue, and the latest one is a cohesive dialogue.
It was last year I started working on indigenous knowledge for my research. And I'm trying now to look at peace research from the grassroots level, from the African values, from the home, let's say. And I'm concentrated on the fig tree. This is an element from the nature. My great aunt named me Batipo, meaning fig tree. This was a long time ago. I was just 5 years old at that time. But I didn't like this name because it was indigenous. I preferred my name Alfred. But now I like really to be called Batipo or fig tree because I know the meaning. It is referring to my great-grandfather. And on his grave, he's planted a fig tree. And through this fig tree, he's alive. And myself being called fig tree, I'm perpetuating his existence among my people. So fig tree is really a value and an ethical value for my people. This value of Ndrunga. Ndrunga. Ndrunga, it is just humanity. And here in Eastern Africa, they call it Utu. While in Southern Africa, they call it Ubuntu. So what is Ndrunga? Ndrunga is Utu coming from the Swahili word Muntu. It stands for human, quality of being a human. So Ndrunga is Utu. The Samburu has the word Nge,
which is the same than Utu. And the Tugen among the Kalenjin expressed it by the word mat. Yes? So now I have started teaching a course on indigenous knowledge and decolonization, a PhD course. And I have 9 students, 6 from Kenya and 3 from other countries. One from South Sudan, another one from Ethiopia, and another from Namibia. I have realized that every one of them have this concept of Utu in their own culture. So Utu is not only Pan-African as concept, but it is a living practice for practical living and the spirituality of the people. So what's the point? The point is that in order to build a sustainable peace in Eastern Africa and all over Africa, we have to build this peace on the value of Utu. So it would be better if everyone could just trace the name Utu in his own language, and they will better understand what is Utu. So Utu has 6 cognates: supreme being, ancestors, elders, community, earth, nature, and unborn. And we know how much there is this insistence on the climate change this day, nature. We can remember even the encyclical letter of Pope Francis, Laudato Si. And last week, I think there was this summit here on climate change in Kenya. So where we say I am because you are, the you refer to each cognate of Utu. The you is the supreme being, this spiritual dimension. The you is ancestors. The you is elders, community, nature, and the unborn, even the unborn, what we call next generation. So, in such a worldview, the Western understanding of you might be just reductionist. It will be just two people, maybe you or me alone. While when we talk about you in Africa, we have to consider the past, the present, and the future. Yes? And we can see there this diagram of Utu. I've put it there in three languages. Utu is in the middle, expressed in terms of Ndrunga, from the Hema of Congo, Mat for the Tugen, and Nger for the Samburu. Because we did a presentation of the role of Utu in indigenous justice system during the conference on alternative justice system in last June. So, as we can see, in this diagram, the African perspective of past, present, and future are considered. We can see the community, the elders are there in the present, the ancestors in the past, the unborn in the future, and the earth and the nature there as a medium between the living and the living dead. So, when, let's say, elaborating a program for peace building or for social peace, we have to take into account all those cognates. But are we doing it really? Maybe we may ask ourselves, why do we fail in peace building? We are taking just one cognate. We are concentrating on the community or the living, but we are leaving other cognates. And we can see this value, ethical principle of Utu, harmony, interconnectedness, wholeness, justice and equity, life and nature, community, respect. And I join even Professor Sister Teresa with all the other principles or elements she gave previously in her presentation. So, you is a composite terms. I've already explained it. And the African understanding of peace is more than conflict resolution. It involves ritual, elders meeting, togetherness through eating, dancing, and making even reparation. So we need to go back to our roots. And now let's see what's the problematic of peace in Eastern Africa. I think those who came previously have elaborated much about it. So here, I want just to consider in this book, the part 8 of this book. It is presenting some challenges or problems related to peace building. This is one who dreams. It's called The Prophet, written by Sultan Somji, but we have a Kenyan version. And it is published by Zaid Press. So, in this part 8, which is entitled Peace Conflict Resolution, focuses on the meeting between Alama, representative of the old way, and Dr. Richard, who represent the new way or modernity, old way tradition. So we can see how Alama, who is in search of peace, is challenged. He's looking for peace. So he thought that Dr. Richard has the answer to his question, what is peace? Because Dr. Richard organized a seminar, workshop, and calling all those big people, but except the beneficiary who should be there. They are not at that meeting. So what happened then? The minister presented a speech, and in the speech, the minister gave some problems related to conflict in Kenya, because the book is about Kenya. So he mentioned, for instance, the problem of kinship, how sometimes we can protect someone who is our kinship because he's our kinship, though he's wrong, especially regarding corruption issues. And he talked about Matumbo Hayashibi. Matumbo Hayashibi. All those big boss who are in those offices, maybe ministers, maybe MPs. So they are ready to undermine even their lands, because there is the problem of, land grabbing issues. So Alama wonders if the new way alone is effective to bring peace without referring to the old way. It's also a question for us. Can we really make a sustainable peace without referring to our tradition or to our indigenous mechanisms of peace building or peacemaking? Yeah, we continue. So there are other problems here in Eastern Africa. We can see ethnic wars, ethnic cleansing, ethnic poverty, ethnic diseases, ethnic refugees. So all those problems were already enumerated. And there are other problems linked to them. Natural resource issues, religious extremism, it was already deployed previously. Yeah. So there is a vicious circle in peace-building efforts. Case of Eastern and Northeastern Congo, especially North Kivu and Ituri provinces. I'm sure you have heard much about it. So let's consider DRC. DRC has benefited from United Nations through the following missions. We have ONUC, MONUC, MONUSCO. We had even the European mission, Artemis. And we had even this ICC, International Criminal Court. But what they have done it. But up to date, the conflict is still going on. So despite all those missions, despite all activities of international NGOs and national NGOs, peace is still a dream. How to explain the failure of international peace-building efforts? It's a question for all of us. And for me, to restore the peace-building in an Afrocentric way, we need to come back to spirituality. Spirituality as value. Spirituality as an ethical value in peace building. And the term spirituality refers to a connection to God, nature, others, and surrounding. It's referring to this diagram of Utu we have seen. And when we talk about spirituality, it is not only about Abrahamic monotheistic tradition, but it is even beyond, even other religions. And further, it concerns even non-believers. Yes? Yeah. Okay. So, spirituality can be seen as an ethos for peace work. Through spirituality, we can know the direction to take, or the ground on which we are building peace, a sustainable peace. Through the spirituality, we can know ought to be, and about peace work, we can know what ought to be and what ought to do. So spirituality is a holistic relationship, and then peace work should be underpinned by human-centered spirituality for the sake of common good and well-being of all in their individuality and holistic interconnectivity. Yeah, we can see there this Utu, this bird. Let's see just the bird. The bird is advancing and looking behind. So we should do our work of peace, sustainable peace in such a way, going back while advancing to our roots to unpack peace heritage of Utu in order to address today's concern for peace work. Yeah. And here we can see this visualization of Utu. Just the illustration. Yeah. You can see this image there. This is showing a harmony. This diagram of Utu is represented there. We can see elders on around the fire. There's animals. There are trees, mountains, the blue sky, the sun. It is harmonious. So this is Utu. This is the peace we are dreaming. Yeah. And at the end, I presented what Tangaza is doing as commitment in terms of peace. They have a justice and peace group, a Laudato Si movement focusing on climate change action, Wajibika Mashinani, MTA-based group of civic educators, Institute of Social Transformation with a specialization of security and sustainable peace beside others. And since last 11th of this month, Tangaza have started a new course on indigenous knowledge and decolonization in order to be Afrocentric in its struggle for social transformation and even the work of sustainable peace from an African perspective. Because we hope that maybe we have to join effort, not to rely only on the liberal peace approach, but we have also to take from our own tradition. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Father Burju, for that passionate and passionate reflection on what Tangaza is doing, and also the concept of Utu. Let me assume that Elias is online. Elias, if you can hear us, please confirm.
Yes.
You can hear us?
You can hear us?
Yes, and the host, they have to enable me to share.
Yes, they will do that.
They will do that.
Once you get the right to share, please just go ahead, 15 minutes. Still not yet? Yes, now you can.
Okay, now I can. Okay. I'm not able to see it, but they have it. So Abel, if you have it, because I'm not able for some reason.
In the meantime, we just want to let you know that it's raining here, so.
Okay.
Are you able to? Can you enable him to share, or you will share on his behalf? Yeah, they're saying that you can share.
Yeah. The question is, like, let me try again. The thing is, I'm not seeing my computer.
I'm not seeing your computer.
Let me see. Oh, Abel, can you share?
Abel? Huh?
Hesbon has it. Oh, Martha can also share.
Hesbon is not in the room.
Okay. They sent to Abel.
You can share? Yeah, they're trying to share it now.
Okay. All right.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
you can
just start
just
off.
start off.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Okok, for facilitating us for today. I'm not able to join you there physically. Connecting from Boston right now. But I'm just happy that on this important day of World Day of Peace is taking place in collaboration.
Loud enough?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, you are volume, please.
Okay. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes,
okay.
That's good.
That's better? Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
So, okay, so what I'm saying is that I'm really glad that this World Day of Peace taking place at Ekima Institute of Peace Studies International Relations Center for Research, Training and Publications in collaboration with UNESCO and PTN and other partners here and all of you who've been invited. I'm really glad to that all these people have been able to attend. Sorry with the clash of the program with the ambassador. So I was tasked with presenting on the peace education policy in this country. And over the years, there's been really a desire for us to have a peace education policy. And it didn't come, and the big cry even was lauded after the 2007, 2008 situation that we all know happened in this country with the post-election violence. The ministry then took it into account. I remember quite a number of submissions were made. Some of our colleagues were meeting at the Ekima, making those roundtable presentations on the need for peace policy. Now, you may ask yourself, why do you think peace policy on peace education would be important? I think it was an awakening moment in 2007, 2008 for us to say, can we have a culture of peace being inculcated into our children, even as they grow up? Now, for those of you who have the memory of the time, even kids started identifying themselves. A child who tells you that comes back to the mother and say, by the way, mom, what tribe am I? Many kids in Nairobi were not even aware of this identification that you're in this ethnic or that ethnic community. And so because of those kinds of political divisions and essentialization of our political identities, it became a major issue of concern even for the parents. I don't know whether they're able to share or they're having more difficulties there, because I'd already sent this presentation. Okok, because there are some images I wanted to use as I'm talking.
Yes, are you finding difficulties? You're transparent. Yeah, they're saying they're transferring it. I don't know from where to where.
Okay. Yeah, so as I said, during that moment, there was a clear need of saying, can we have an integrated peace education? What we had was social studies, which did not necessarily reflect on character formation. Then we also have religious studies, which are often much more based on, if you're doing CRE or Islamic studies, it's really based on the foundations of on the foundations of your own religious identity. Now, one of the things that now emerged with this institution of the policy was looking at the whole historical background of our own colonial history, and is how violence and securitization that Wamoyo was talking about earlier has really marked the way in which we operate. And if you think this is not the case, just look at the East African countries. When we have elections, what do you see? High number of police during that process. And you wonder, why do you need a police when people are just queuing and voting and going home? When you have your national exams, you have the chief invigilator who will bring the exams, and there's always a policeman or woman during the exam period. Again, another securitization process. Those of you who came through the Hekima gate, you'll notice there's a security guard. That's yet another process. You visit any of the government offices, you'll find the GSU are always at the gate. Even when you're just going to get your passport. Why do we need a GSU at that building? Of course, with previous terrorist attacks and all that, we can say you need to secure those buildings. But this was even there before we thought of terrorist attacks. So there's a whole idea of securitizing, which Wamoyo was talking about, and this has flowed into militarization processes. And it becomes a big issue of concern for all of us, to deconstruct that mind. But I want to take you back to the colonial period, because these days we are talking a lot about decolonization. It's not the same as post-colonial narrative. To decolonize is now to relook into ourselves and see how some of those colonial strategies were submerged into our way of thinking, into our way of doing. And towards the end, I will come back to that in my presentation to demonstrate how we need a new thinking, even as we develop the application of this policy in our day-to-day life. Now, the colonial system was structured in a way that, thank you for bringing that up. Let's just go to the first slide, please, and do a full screen. Let's go to the next slide and do a full screen, please. Next, yeah. Sorry, so it'll just be clicking. All right. So I've talked about the post-election violence and the issues around corruption, poor governance, nepotism. So all these need to be deconstructed because what we are seeing happening in the continent, and Wamoyo made reference to it. By the way, Wamoyo and myself did PhD in the same university in the UK, so our analysis were very close. University of Bradford then, about 12, 14 years ago. Now, the tension that we continue to witness between the classroom learning and developing ways of life, because one thing is to teach students on peace education. The other is to actually do that particular approach. I was involved in UNESCO peace education program between 1999 and 2001. And during that time, we were all talking of the culture of peace, which was meant to be the beginning of the 21st century when we hit the year 2000. The year 2000 was meant to be like the new beginning, and UNESCO had a big project on the culture of peace, and one of those was to promote peace education in schools. So I conducted peace education training for teachers and for school administrators in Kenya, the DRC, Somalia, Djibouti. And in my conversation and experiences with teachers in Somalia and Djibouti, one of the things that I could clearly see was the tension of how do we actually teach our students to respect each other, to respect human dignity. And when they are out there in the daily context, they see violence. they see the use of guns. And we were talking in this peace education class, we were guarded by 7 men with AK-47 guarding the Save the Children compound, where we were having actually this peace education program in Beletuen, northern part of Somalia. So a lot of contradictions. And so if you're telling your child that respect the other ethnic person, other ethnic identities, and yet you don't seem to do it yourself, or they don't seem to see it outside, that tension will continue to be there. Next. Let's look at the colonial situation. And sometimes we forget how much violence was experienced in this country and how systematized it was. First, it was a disruption for most African societies. There was a lot of disruption. And the only way to put together these countries was through exploitation. A lot of murders took place. The images you're seeing there, that was in Lari, where young people who had risen up to defend the country, to defend the land, were one day ambushed and murdered. More than 76 people were killed, specifically young people, and they were lined up by the colonial government for everyone to see that if you dare resist this government, this is what you're going to get. Lari is near Limuru, and that's what was experienced. And this was not uncommon in other African societies. Remember, the first people who came into the continent, there were companies that came specifically to exploit the resources. And for them then to do this successfully, they realized that they needed to protect those companies. And then companies became turned into protectorates, and then the British government officially recognized these regions as colonial states. So they didn't come just to hang around. They came literally to take by force what they thought was their right. Next. And so it was all militarized, violent occupation. Wamoy already talked about militarization. And then we've come to think that that's the only way to do it. If there is demonstration, you need to militarize that situation and put in the police to shoot people. And this was the colonial system, which we have inherited. Land grabbing, which we see from the rich and the powerful doing the same thing. Colonial comes in and says, this land is good for coffee, get out of this place. And the same thing continues. So this violence means that we need to really change our own mentality. Next. And again, just to put you into context why this peace education policy is important, right from the first elections in Kenya in 1961, the country was divided along ethnic lines. And this was deliberate because the colonial government made sure that you could not have a national party. You are only allowed to have a political party in your own region. So we ended up with the Akamba National Party, the Kalenjin or the Nandi, whatever party. We had the Mijikenda parties, we had the Luo, whatever party, we had the Kikuyu, this and that party. And so the first elections were dominated by the Kikuyus and the Luos, who formed the KANU government. And so this ethnicization of politics then continues, and you wonder why we are still doing ethnic blocks. It came from the time before the colonization. From the time of the colonization. And then moving into our new elections, it meant you had to work with what you have. And the smaller ethnic groups came together and said, we need a system where we have both the parliament and the Senate, so that they have a little bit of a voice in the Senate. And these were the coastal region, the Rift Valley, that came together to do this. Next. I've already talked about that. Let's just move to the policy part, please. Yeah, so the blocks, you'll always see how this has affected the way in which we always vote in blocks. And these blocks doesn't mean that you are even convinced of who you're voting for. Is where your ethnic kingpin draws you into, and without thinking of any policy of what they represent, you think more of the security of your own ethnic identity. And 2013, Kenyatta Odinga, 2017, you see again Kenyatta Odinga, and then Odinga Ruto the same sort of block and regional voting. Next. And again, systematized violence. You can see how elections have been systematically, and there I've only chosen the elections which have been violent up to 2017, and then 2022. We may say the elections as they were peaceful, but then the post-election demonstrations have not been, and more than close to 80 people have just lost their lives unnecessarily from those demonstrations. And look at the image on the top right side. To just tell you how violence has been internalized even with our security forces. Two unarmed people. One is a woman. You wonder what they've done. Look at that policeman who is about to almost break the skull of this woman. And the policeman here believes he's doing the right thing. The public is meant to be an enemy, you know? And so deconstructing even these structures of security and this securitization of our own government services is truly very, very problematic. And so the kind of demonstration, and when people feel that they arm themselves to attack the other person, as you can see in the bottom image, is very, very problematic. So you can see how much work there is for peace education. Next. So the peace policy has a number of objectives, and I just ask you to keep clicking on them because of time. One is to provide a kind of a framework for effective implementation of peace education. Remember, policy gives pointers, gives affirmation of the government that we are in support of this. Policy does not tell you everything that needs to be done. It is the implementation of the policy that will now tell you what needs to be done. And so these are some of the things they've suggested. Providing guidelines for mainstreaming peace education into the curricula. Now, when I was doing peace education for UNESCO, one of the things we noted is that there are two strategies of doing this. Either you have peace education just for the schools, I mean for the as a class, peace education as a class, or you integrate peace education in all the classes. And of course, in the course of that, one mathematics teacher asked me, so how do I integrate peace education into mathematics? And we engaged into a lot of conversation and say, when you're talking to these kids to add 2 by 2, or you have weak kids in class, encourage the more intelligent kids to help the younger ones. I mean, to help the weaker ones, so that there is a certain way of kids learning how to work with each other than just competing and leaving behind those who are weak. To put into the minds of the teacher that learning has to be communal and that we need to pull each other up together rather than pull each other down. The same question was asked by a geography teacher. How am I going to teach geography and integrate peace education into it? And it's a question when you're looking at the geography and you're looking at the distribution of the natural resources and looking at some of the conflicts we have, for example, in northern Kenya around natural resources, you can integrate those concerns about the competition for pasture and water in northern Kenya into getting the students to say, to discuss on what do you think would be the solution? Because these people in northern Kenya, which is an arid area, are fighting over resources. Then they'll start thinking of much more lifetime solutions, like planting of trees, like drilling water, like introducing new livelihood mechanisms like farming and irrigation, you know. And in that process, you've actually talked about the conflict, you've talked about your geography, but you've also talked about environmental protection as a strategy for conflict resolution. And so that's how you integrate the peace education. It's in teaching and learning. It's also in education and professional development of education personnel. Teachers need to be on board. And that's what we did with UNESCO. We started with the teachers, because teachers are the ones who are going to pass on this education. Then we realized that, okay, you have the teachers. What about the parents? So we started also involving the parents, because if the kids learn one thing in classroom and they don't get it in their daily learning environment, it becomes problematic. So peace education ought to be a way of life. You teach kids to say sorry. You teach kids to respect the property of the other. You teach kids to keep time, you know, and that really becomes a formation. Next. Okay, so other guiding principles, if you look at the chapter 2 of that, and by the way, this policy is available. If you just Google Kenya Peace Education Policy, you'll find it. It's available online from government websites. So the idea is to be proactive and preventive. In other words, let's anticipate those situations of violence. And there's a bit of explanation from the policy on how to do that. I don't need to get into those details. Appreciation for diversity. Now, in research, we talk of appreciative inquiry. And appreciative inquiry is to look at some of the positive perspective to a situation that can help address the negative experiences that you've gone through. For example, looking at our own ethnic identities as something we need to be proud of, and we need to even talk and help other people learn across the networks on how we can change these attitudes and mentalities. Cohesion and integration, respect for human rights, environmental sustainability. And here, this is critical because of the kind of future challenges that we are going to have in our continent when we talk about environment. Inclusiveness and participation. Inclusiveness and participation. And then the last part on integrity. And so that's also critical. Let's move to next. Coordination, partnership, and collaboration. I think a number of us has talked about, like my colleague from Uganda Matters, yes, when we met in 2017, one of the things we wanted to really discuss in detail was to see how we can work amongst ourselves in terms of engaging on matters peace in the region. And I think it's still an idea that we have at the Center for Research, Training and Publication, eventually to come up with a think tank that can look into these issues. Conflict sensitivity, that's one of the things we've been doing at the Center for Research, Training and Publications, is to monitor conflicts. And we have about more than 30 variables that we look at in terms of monitoring the situations of conflict and whether the curve is at peaceful state or there's likelihood of tension rising up to crisis point, or we are at the post-conflict reconstruction point. And what are some of those peace distractors which we need to pay attention to. So we've done this for the last 5 years in Ethiopia, South Sudan, DRC, or in Congo, and also looked at Kenya as well as a fourth country. Next. And those research publications are available on our website. If you go to crtp.hekima.ac.ke, they will be available there for you to download them for free. If not, you buy them on Amazon. They're also available there. Policy statements and
you conclude now?
Hello?
Would you kindly conclude?
Yes. Okay, give me 3 minutes, I conclude. The policy statements and strategies integrate conflict sensitivity approaches in education and training, and especially because, just as we did at UNESCO, what is important is not for kids to learn concepts of peace education. It's for kids to acquire culture of peace. I'm saying kids here, but this is meant to go all the way to universities. Integration of peace education into our curriculum, I already talked about that before. Emergency preparedness. There are two ways of looking at emergency preparedness. One is the kind of fever, and it's growing more and more in many African elections, the kind of fever that elections bring. I'm seeing here in the US also already that kind of fever with people don't know, will Trump come back? If he comes back, will it be a revenge approach? And he has already made it very clear, I'm going to imprison some of these Democrats. So it's creates tension. In Zambia, where I lived before, there was never tension during elections. Now today, there are tensions in Zambia during elections. In Congo, there are tensions now for the upcoming elections. We cannot continue to live with this kind of a tension. So how do we prepare ourselves as this moments come in, and for people to have a positive mentality and openness to electoral processes? Institutional frameworks for peace education, this mostly through the schools, and also through the support of the deans and heads of institutions, vice chancellors, principals need to support this process so that it's integrated. But there's need for a lot of training and specialists in curriculum development to integrate that. Coordination, collaboration, partnership, talked about already, and also the use of ICT in making this communication very simple. You can have posters in classrooms to talk about the different human rights. And that's a project that any of you here can undertake once you develop those posters. We've done it before with environment and mining, and we distributed the posters to different institutions. When you see a poster, it communicates more than you would even think. It's beyond what you have put there because the interpretation of the mind and the conversation it invokes. So we can have these posters on peace education on different values of peace. Next. So I'm glad that this is happening on the World Day of Peace. The idea is we need to find ways of distributing this kind of production or popular, what I call popular education materials that can then be used for that. Because these are the kind of materials suggested also in this particular policy for behavior change communication program. So they call it behavior change communication program, and it's endless. You can produce any kinds of material that you think would be important for our society. What are some of the legal frameworks? There are legal frameworks that already support this in this country, so it's not going to be a difficult thing. If you look at our Constitution, Chapter 4 on the Bill of Rights, if you look at the Basic Education Rights 2013, Section 4, on the promotion of peace, integration, and cohesion, elimination of hate speech and tribalism, it's already in our Basic Education Act 2013. If you look at the Kenya Vision 2030, socioeconomic and political pillars on security, peace building, and conflict management already provide the kind of promotion of peace building and reconciliation through learning institutions. Next. We also have the Kenya Education for Sustainable Development, the ESD, that talks about having mechanisms or adopting holistic mechanisms for sustainable development. Then we have the Children Act, number 8, which was much earlier than that. So to conclude, my last slide, the psychosocial, I was glad that the psychosocial care is also put in here because we don't know how much trauma some of these experiences of violence has impacted on our children or on different generations or on our society. Those of you who are Kenyans, you will know how much you get so prepared about elections that you have to stock up, or Cock, I'm sure you do that. You have to stock up because you don't know, well, how will these elections go? Or do I go to the village or do I stay in the city? The last slide, please. So this, no, we actually don't need this is just the operation. The last slide. Areas of improvement. Areas of we just need to encourage. I found the policy a little bit too confining, so I think there will be need for creativity, and some of you can come together to do this. I know that Wamoyo was very passionate on this. In fact, her PhD thesis was on peace education in schools. And so we need to look at how do we use role plays, contextual analysis, tree planting. Today at Ekima, we had to do the tree planting. I hope it took place to mark the World Day of Peace. Music festivals, you can just have music festival. This time we are dedicating it on the theme of peace and respect of human rights. I've been saying last slide forever.
That's
but
the
this
last
is
one.
no, previous, please. This is important for me. Decolonial studies are now picking up very, very strongly in Africa. One of my colleagues, Dr. Tusaka Farire, that some of you know, he was here at Ekima organizing a big conference on that. We are working on it together on the repatriation of the artifacts, African artifacts, which were stolen and taken into Europe. But it's more than just that repatriation of these artifacts that were stolen. It's also about reinstitution of our own culture and values. So the peace education needs to deconstruct those violent structures that we have inherited from colonial government. We need to move away from securitization of government functions, as I've already mentioned before. Also, the systematized and institutionalized violence. We can do so much about peace education, but when a politician stands up to speak and all he's talking about is trashing the other person, destroying the other person, or even inciting violence, it really destroys the whole purpose. Marginalization of traditional cultural approaches. Why I didn't see much about a call to use our own traditional cultural approaches. It is referenced, but I like to see it a bit more strongly in that. And then emphasis on family as the foundation of peace education. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking a little bit more time. I'll invite questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elias. Somebody has asked me through a text message, what happened to...
Why are you favoring Elias? And I responded to I responded to them that you are my professor, so I have to give some respect to you. Thank you so much, Elias, for that. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, with that we have come to the close of our thematic presentations. And if it's well with you, may we give a round of applause to all our presenters. And that includes the ambassador. Thank you so much, Elias. Thank you so much, Sister Wamuyu. Thank you, Father Bodju and Dennis Msinguzi. I still believe that Dr. Dennis Msinguzi, you are still with us online. Good. Good. Now, I just want to take 2 or 3 questions, no comments. Comments can be put on the chat, or you can send to Peace Tree Network for inclusion in the report. Any burning question? Going 1? Going twice? Going thrice? Only 1. Okay. In the meantime, all speakers have done well in their presentations.
Okay, thank you. My name is Antero, a student at the Hekima. My question is about the challenge of being present at the strategic decision-making and implementation table, because we are just proposing what is the place of the church, let me say religious institutions, at strategic decision making. I think all the speakers, they can respond to that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. All the speakers, one of you who will wish to pick up that? We have 2. Okay. Sister will pick it up.
I think I'll pick that because I had talked about actually women being at the table. It's actually what Elias was capturing there, you know, the respect of the other. And there is this culture of otherness that we have created, that the other is the enemy. Therefore, we kind of build walls around ourselves, and especially in academia, where we think we know, and we kind of ignore those people who may not be literate. We kind of associate literacy with lack of education. So I think we, academia, have to pick on that, and deliberately, when we're having our meetings, bring those people what happens is, for example, now I sit in ISEF, which is a research body, and NACOSTI will not allow you to have a meeting without what they call the layperson, and they are not academicians. So we are not allowed to have a meeting without that person. So they make a deliberate choice to bring these people. So I think we, wherever we are in various positions, we have to make sure that we make deliberate decisions to bring those people who are at the margins, you know, kind of invite. And I think recently we have been told that we should not leave anyone behind. So I think that one, especially in the church, the role of women, the role of children, the role of young people, incorporating them in decision-making platforms. So that's what my response would be.
Thanks a lot. I'm not seeing any other hand. Is there any question online? All right. I would like now to suggest we move to the next item on the program, simply meaning identifying and affirming some recommendations that we would like to carry forward. And in this session, in this case, then just to guide, I will just give some things that have arisen that we can be able to look at in terms of recommendations. And if that's okay, then we can be able to say, then the convening agencies will refine them to be recommendations and practical ones for that matter. From morning up to now, we have heard a lot about the need to act jointly, the need to avoid the culture of isolationism, coming together to do things in a very robust and sustainable way. And therefore, one of the key recommendations would be, from my perspective, for the faith-based institutions of higher learning in the region to consider developing joint plans for advancing interfaith dialogue and relations conversations on contemporary issues of conflicts in the region. That would be one of the key areas that we may consider. The faith-based institutions of higher learning also to advance joint actions to convene a regional session for faith-based institutions for higher learning on the regional agenda of peace building. And these may focus on critical areas of engaging with the state and interstate bodies, particularly in discussing matters of security. In working together as well, the faith-based institutions of higher learning in the region, and this actually now focuses on centering women in our actions, deepen the role of women in faith-based institutions in peace building and conflict prevention. What we have seen is a situation where probably while in the traditional setups, the peace building and conflict resolution has always been male dominated. How can we start at the faith-based institutions without paying keen attention and even developing some strategic actions where women in this institution can play their critical role? In regard to knowledge generation and sharing of good practices, faith-based institutions of higher learning may jointly or individually consider carrying out research on the faith values and peace building in the region, particularly in paying keen attention on the emerging complexities of social and cultural and political conflicts. And here we are talking about not only the issues of violent extremism as is known now, because every time somebody talks about violent extremism, 100% or 99% of mindset will always shift to the issues of religion and faith values. But here we are talking about how are those externalities or external factors integrating into, influencing, and driving our day-to-day local relationships. So faith-based institutions may be able to consider that. In the area of policies, while Father Elias' presentation greatly focuses on the Kenyan landscape, faith-based institutions of higher learning in the region may consider, first and foremost, examining the peace policies within the region, and secondly, jointly coming up with a strategy on developing peace policies to guide the faith-based institutions of higher learning on how to advance, undertake, promote, and own peace-building processes in the region. So that is one of the things that probably we may be able to consider. Another thing about that we may be able to consider is to honestly and jointly hold discussions around youth issues. I think that has come out primarily important, particularly in the synopsis nexus between the vulnerability and the ability in terms of conflict prevention. What are some of the practical actions that we can be able to undertake as faith-based institutions of higher learning? And actually this one also will call on the centering of the youth actions in
that young people must be able to do this, or we must do this for young people. But the question is, how much are we creating that viable, conducive space for young people to act on their own and in a very responsible way? The other one, which probably may be the second, what I was gathering through the presentation, is to consider developing and sharing of good practices. A lot have been said here on what other institutions are doing, but they remain in their domain.
And actually, one of the questions that probably was not appropriately responded to is, why is it so difficult for faith-based institutions of higher learning to have that kind of sharing platform? We have if I may be able to give an example, this organization called AMESEA, the Association of Membership of Episcopal Conferences of Eastern Africa, which brings together all the Catholic national conferences in Eastern Africa. What they do with all their seminaries, and those are the institutions that train priests and those who are going to serve the church, is that annually they bring all the rectors of these institutions together to discuss the landscape of their institutions, to discuss some of the emerging issues in the region, so that they can spell the agenda for the following year. And after some time, they normally review their curriculum reflecting those contexts, and it becomes uniform. Why can't faith-based institutions of higher learning in the region come up with that kind of agenda? Situations may be different at our local level, but the challenges remain the same. So maybe that's one of the things that we can be able to consider. But on the other hand, also we may be able to consider to developing a central space
If I go there, I'll be able to get the information about maybe University of Matters in Uganda. If I go there, I'll be able to get the information about Catholic University of Eastern Africa or Changaza University based in Kenya. So it becomes a platform for not only sharing good practices, not only sharing what we are doing, but also sharing our curriculums of what we can be able to do to better our processes. Remember, our focus is not only to churn out graduates who will be able to get frustrated in an already frustrated society, and they become the total opposite of what we anticipated them to do. So we must be able to bring our efforts together, share experiences, share challenges, share the gap, and develop something that can be able to help us change the landscape of the society. Finally, I want to propose that we consider conducting research on the local faith leaders' actions, particularly focusing on conflict prevention and early warning. What is the roles and responsibility of traditional and community and local faith leaders? If we get maybe to Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo as they are planning for elections in December, how do we ensure that the local faith actors are empowered with adequate skills and technical knowledge, not only to struggle with their issues, local issues of conflict, but to also be the feelers of potential factors of conflict for appropriate prevention? Ladies and gentlemen, as I was listening here, King, these are some of the areas that I've identified which can form part and parcel of the recommendation. I would like to ask if there is anything probably which I have not said appropriately. You know, sometimes I don't speak well. I only speak well in front of my wife. If there is something I've not said appropriately here, if there's something I've not said appropriately here and which is not making sense, let's kick it out. But if there is something I've left, please, I would like to invite anybody to add or to subtract or to adjust to it. Going once. Okay, sister. Another person? Going twice? Maybe. Good. That's what I'm calling for. Yeah, I've gotten two people. In this class, this side have been so quiet. You don't, in fact, apart from him and him, anything? You want to say something? Yes. In fact, I'm so happy. I'll bring the microphone myself. Now, let's have Sister Wamuyu, and then my sister here, and then my brother and sister. Go ahead, please.
First, I want to commend you for actually. I wonder you have a very good memory. You have captured it. I don't know, I missed some of the sessions, but I am feeling this. Right now, I'm doing some research on children, looking at evolution at 10, trying to find out if children's voices were captured. And I think we are talking of young people, but sometimes the children are left out, and I think that's a population that we need to do something as faith-based organization or institution. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for your confidence. Yeah.
Good evening. I want to echo the words of Daktari Wamuyu. That was a very concise way of presenting the recommendations based on the discussions we've had today. Mine is to thank everybody, and in particular the presenters this afternoon, because there was a very good focus on the use of traditional and indigenous knowledge for some of the challenges we face today. My challenge and my encouragement to all the faith-based institutions represented here today, please remember that we were people, we were societies, ingrained societies prior to colonization. And we had a lot of wealth of knowledge, which I believe is still applicable today. And that is something we not only need to work very hard to document,
but also popularize and ensure that there is awareness. I will take just a few more minutes to let people know about the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, which is the organization I come from. My name is Jackie. It's a state corporation under the Ministry of Education. And our work is to implement UNESCO activities and programs in Kenya in the 5 areas of UNESCO competence, which is education, the natural sciences, the social and human sciences, culture, communication, and information. Some of the work we have done that is important to the conversations we had today was in the education sector. We are big champions for education for sustainable development. We're big champions for peace education, and we have done work in Baringo and Africa with teachers in those areas. We're also big champions for global citizenship education. And until Tuesday, we were working on finalizing the mainstreaming matrices for the General History of Africa, UNESCO's General History of Africa, into the CBC curriculum. I'm happy to report that Kenya is the first African country to be able to mainstream the works of the General History of Africa into the History and Social Studies curriculum from grade 4 all the way to teacher training institutions for diploma level. And what this means is we are looking at a revision of how we teach history, how we instruct history from a Eurocentric perspective to an Afrocentric perspective. So that's very huge. We also, in the culture program, where we work with indigenous communities to enlist various tangible and intangible cultural elements and practices. And we're also very strong on media and journalistic development. In the social and human sciences, we care for youth, we care for gender, we care for women. And right now we are very concerned about the boy child or male engagement, especially in urban areas where we're seeing challenges around that. I call upon each one of us, let's lead by example, let's be good role models, and let's stick to the tenets of the religious inclinations that we subscribe to. Asante sana.
Yes, when you talk about Afrocentricization of history, that now can make me Rwandan history, putting it at the center of our African identity. My brother, go ahead.
Thank you. All protocols observed, good evening. I am Rigan Ojida. Actually, I'm a student at St. Paul's University in campus. Just to emphasize on something that Dr. Wamuyu echoed, she was speaking about the strategies for sustainable peace in Africa. And just to add on it, I would just call upon all of us to also involve the international support on the same, because we, as the branches of the conflict, we cannot solve the root causes of the conflict. If the government is the root cause, for us to achieve the sustainable peace, we must also involve the national and international bodies in this project of achieving the sustainable peace. Another thing I wanted also to add is the law, whereby we should check ourselves that there is no one who is above the law, and we abide by the rules and the laws of Kenya and outside the world. Second last point, we should ensure that we have a good governance, because where there is a bad governance, there cannot be peace. And where there is peace, there cannot be a bad governance. So let us also fight governance so that we can get peace at the end of the day. Finally, where a gun cannot work,
Let us embrace mediation and dialogue to achieve peace. Thank you. Thank you. So in your last statement, if a gun can work, we use it as the last resort. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think from those conversations we hear, maybe one recommendation can also focus on the issues of children, how we integrate children in terms of building a harmonious society. And I liked what Elias brought up in terms of how do we capture these young minds when they're still young, including using some of the even the subject they are learning at a tender age. Another one is what Jackie has spoken about, the issue of traditional and indigenous knowledge. How can our faith-based institutions also engage with that? And the last one is advancement of collaboration with different actors, including states and interstate bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring my presence in front of you to an end. Sister, you seem to be admiring me standing here.
No, they just want.
Okay, just.
Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to share. Yesterday, I attended a webinar meeting, and I was touched by something one of the participants shared about how we can do peace building, and he was talking about the people who go they fight and then they are wounded. So they are taken to the hospital and they are treated. So he was saying that now the doctors, they don't end there. They pick that, they heal the people, and then they now go ahead and train them for peace building. So I just want, here we have shared a lot, but we can also extend what we have shared here with other people, because I thought that was a very interesting thing.
Yes. Thank you for that. And I think one of the areas that the conveners of this session have in terms of their follow-up is to ensure that this information reaches as many people as possible, particularly for the purpose of enhancing collaboration and networking, but also influencing their actions. We may not be able to collaborate with everybody, but the output of this session can influence somebody else in what they do on a daily basis. Thank you so much, sister, for that. And ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to vacate this, but I would like to call upon Dr. Egan, who will be able to give us closing remarks and vote of thanks. Dr. Egan is the Deputy Director of Center for Research, Training and Publications. He works with Elias. Dr. Egan, please.
Thank you, everyone. Today has been a very busy day, and I think there have been some very interesting and important presentations that have happened. And hopefully it's not just a question of coming to the seminar, listening to lots of good things, and then going home. Perhaps this is the beginning of a deeper involvement of our faith-based institutions in what one might call an ecumenical as well as an interfaith peace-building process. We've learned a lot. One thing that just struck me when I was thinking about this program, we must also think about what we mean by harmony. The topic of the day was about harmony. Harmony, if you follow the principles of art or music, is the bringing together of differences to make something beautiful, a work of art, a painting, a piece of music. If all the tones in music were the same, the music would be boring. If all paintings were just one color, they would be very bland. I think that's one thing we have to think about, that image of harmony as the coming together of differences. And I don't know about your institutions, but I've worked in faith-based institutions in different places. And we always seem to find ourselves at some point subject to our own internal constraints. I think we have to observe those constraints. At the same time, we have to get through them and past them. We have to really make our institutions, our universities, centers for freedom of discussion, freedom of imagination, so that this can help us to grow towards the kind of peace and harmony that we want. I'd like to thank everybody here. I'd like to thank those who have been organizing this for the past few months, members of the various groups that have come here together to make this happen. I'm also going to put in a special thanks to Hekima University College, who now I'm maybe talking to myself, for providing this kind of space, this wonderful auditorium that we can use. And the point that was made about collaboration on a number of occasions is a point we make by doing this here today. I'd like to thank all those involved in the electronic work. I'm always rather nervous whenever we use technology, but I think we do it for the most part. And special thanks to all our speakers and our chair for this day. And on behalf of Hekima, I would also like to wish you all a very good evening, a restful evening, and I believe there are some snacks and things to the east downstairs when we finish. But thank you very much.
Hi. Now this one doesn't have to be taken. Yes, please. We are done. Yeah, I was just requesting kindly see all the participants who can please.
Is So me, I won't speak and I won't say anything. I'm ex-Bonaviti about the Central System of Education. You can get people to speak out when the voices. I want to make an announcement. Today marks the International Peace Day. We are going to plant a tree